Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another day, another season, the grand finals, the semifinals even, and the grand finals of the GSL, the Global StarCraft League 2025 Season 2. Welcome to the playoffs. I am Coach VIP with you. I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in chats, and by these chains that bind us all together and lock us in to cast some GSL. Let's go, baby, let's go. It's been a very condensed, a very intense season here of the Global StarCraft League, as it has been this year when it comes to Season 1 and Season 2 as well. Thankfully, there was a little bit of breathing room, though, between the Group Stage 2 and the playoffs. There was a couple of days. There was a couple of days break. I think like 2-3 days in between. Did allow players to prepare. Did allow players to get ready and to actually formulate some builds in preparation for the semis and for the grand finals as well, which is everything that we want, which is of course the best thing about GSL, is that preparation based format. And now we get to feature our semis, our finals. We get to crown our champion here tonight. Let's go, let's go. Now, just to reiterate, just as a heads up, of course, this is a replay cast. We already had these events take place over the weekend, so a couple of days ago over the weekend was the GSL semis and grand finals. So we're here to catch up on those matches here, ready before you tonight. Let's go. Let us go. When it comes to the bracket itself, let us switch our teams over and catch up on the brackets. Here we go. We have our top 4 players from the group stage. We had Rogue, herO, Classic, and GuMiho make it through said group stage. And it's such a, I'll say, for the most part, a varying kind of cast here of players. We spoke about GSL. We spoke about GSL, yeah, and the state of play in Korea and the kind of caliber of play as well amongst all the players. We spoke about this at the beginning of the season. The reason why we brought it up, if you recall, was just how was CuRe. He was the runner-up. He was the runner-up in Season 1. He did make it all the way to the top 2, and he had a very close, very clutch, very intense series against herO, but he did not make it out of Group Stage 1. Likewise, another player, Maru, he won DreamHack Dallas. He's our DreamHack Dallas champion, and he also gets knocked out earlier on in the group stage as well. What I'm getting at is that here in Korea, like the skill level of all the players, they're very close. The skill level in Korea, they're very, very close in skill. Players like, you know, your herOs, GuMiho, Classic, Rogue, Maru, CuRe, Bunny, Creator as well, Xian, Shin, Solar, they're all beating each other. And it does make this a little bit more up in the air. It does make things a little bit more chaotic. In saying that, again, CuRe, the runner-up, he's not here in the top 4 this season. Likewise, we do have a newer face. We have Rogue. Rogue, of course, he got knocked out previously early on in the GSL Season 1. I say early in Group Stage 2, I should say. But now he's here. Here he is to reprise his role and to potentially get his revenge. If you recall, he never really had much of a chance to face off against herO. Rogue and herO, they were in the same group in Season 1. They were in the same group, but Rogue never played against herO because he got cheesed the hell out by the Terrans. He did get cheesed. He got mech'd. He got all in. Like he got cheesed out by the Terran players, and he was unable to actually face off against herO in Season 1. But now here he is looking to face off against him in Season 2. Let's go. That's going to be our first series. Meanwhile, when it comes to Classic and GuMiho, they also did make it into the playoffs of Season 1. It was GuMiho versus herO, and it was Classic versus CuRe, if you recall, for the semifinals. Here we do have a bit of a mix-up, a bit of a change-up, though, with who is facing off against who, and now we get to experience a bit of a different dynamic as a result. Let's go. And yeah, let's go. Let us go. Up first, we're going to have our ZVP. Up first, we're going to have a herO and Rogue. They're going to be facing off in a best of 5. Very good. These are going to be best of 5s into the best of 7 grand finals. And game 1 is going to be on Maganatha. Ooh, let's go. That's the other amazing thing here about these longer series, is we get to experience some of these otherwise vetoed maps. Again, this map is very heavily vetoed amongst the pro scene. Sorry, not quite heavily vetoed. I was going to get into Torches and Last Fantasy, but even Maganatha we don't really see as often as some of these other maps, but we get to experience it here and now, and we might even get to experience some of the other vetoed maps as well. For now, this morning, in the bottom right hand corner of Maganatha, we have the red Protoss player. We have the South Green Protoss representing Twisted Minds. It is a herO. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Zerg player. We have the South Korean Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. We go. as we move out early on with our drone. And the goal here should be to hatch block. Now, bearing in mind, this is not an all-in, this is not hyper-aggressive. The goal here is to move out with said drone to get across the map, to block the expansion, and then to double expand back at him. There we go, there's the expansion. Okay, never mind. So basically, a couple things just happened. If herO was here to pylon block, then rogue would commit in and go for the hatch block, but there was no pylon block on the low ground. Rogue was able to expand freely. He may still go hatch before pool. Yeah, he's going for it. There we go. He does build up those minerals, does move in, and he is here to block the expansion. Here we go. So it's going to be hatch before gas before pool. A very greedy build here from rogue, and again, the goal here is to force, and the reaction is to force boys to be pulled, to delay the expansion, to force out a second gateway, to force out a zealot, to just force a reaction here and delay the economy of herO. Let's go. Let us go. And again, the reason why the drone was already here ahead of time was just in case herO was pylon blocking. So it's just so we can also block it across the map. From here, Zealot is on the way. And again, this will eventually be dealt with. And again, the purpose here has already been met. Forcing 5 probes off the mineral line, 1 Zealot out, so another Zealot's on the way. And herO, he never probe scouted. Yeah, he never did probe scouts. So he's not aware of what is going on. For all he knows, it could be an earlier pull. There could be links coming across the map. That is why he's forced to make another Zealot. As herO does move out, he's going to be rallying across the map as we speak. Behind this does expand. And we are settling in. Now, if you recall, when it comes to the interviews that we received last season, rogue, he was actually quite concerned about herO. He was the most scared about herO in his group, less so the Terrans, and again, did meet his end at the hands of said Terrans. As rogue, he fails the gas steal on the main, does go for the gas catcher at the natural instead, just being as annoying as possible. The first Zealot has arrived, and rogue, we do have some Zerglings to defend. Zerglings in position. A last second Zealot has arrived. Queen is still not yet out. Yeah, the Queen is delayed. And with that, these Zealots, they do kind of well here. They pick up a couple of Zerglings. Now they're going for the mineral line. Yeah, one drone goes down. He gets the drone. Can he get the Queen? No shot. Yeah, the Queen should not go down. I say that is getting quite low, though. Yeah, the Queen is getting low, and the Queen does fall. Adept shades into the main base. Does target down another couple of drones. 2 drones going to be going down. Can we get 3? Can we get 4? 3. 3 drones, 1 Queen, and 6 Zerglings. A very nice trade here for herO. A better trade for herO. Meanwhile, the gas geyser does complete, so now it's going to have to be killed. Or now it will be killed. So another bit of a loss there for rogue. And herO does open Void Ray from the Stargate, not Oracle. Interesting. Okay, so it's going to be Void Ray opener here out of herO. With this, he can hunt down Overlords. He can keep rogue in the dark. Rogue has been a lot more active. We'll see what that leads to. Oh, we shall see. Lings, they collapse on the Adept. Not bad. Adept goes down. Order moving out. Has yet to hunt down the initial Overlord. Is just zooming across the map, trying to find some more damage. Ideally, with this first Void Ray, because you reveal your hand, you want to try to snipe an Overlord that otherwise would have escaped, so this Overlord should go down, and the one across the map is already a secure kill. So it's hoping for 2 Overlords, and he should get them. The Queen should not save. Yep, Overlord does fall. herO rotating around, behind this going for the Oracle, and he is going to be expanding. Now we're going to keep an eye open here for the timing of the Twilight Council, but overall the herO, everything is looking on point. It is a bit of a shakier start regardless, just because of the delayed natural and the delayed everything, thanks to the hatch block. But we're getting there. Fast Evo Chamber out of Rogue tells us this most likely is going to be plus on melee. If it's plus on melee, then there's a high chance that Rogue wants to skip Roaches and go into Ling Hydra. So we'll keep an eye on the upgrade. Otherwise, if we go into plus 1 range, then we could head into a more Hydra heavy composition. But there it is, melee. Again, it's going to be melee instead. Overlord's being forced back. Overlord does get a full scout. The attack is not early, so we're going for the Forge, going for the Twilight Council. Or we'll say get it across the map. They get a Queen. Not bad. They get 1. They Get a queen, they back up. No major drone damage yet, but a queen is a nice pickup nonetheless. As herO does pull away. Behind this, ooh, interesting. Working towards not a blink, but charge instead. Charge +1 on the horizon here for herO. Going for an earlier charge timing. This is an interesting one. Now, a couple things happened here. herO, he hasn't really confirmed the tech as to what's going on. He does see the lack of gases, true. He also saw the lack of tech here at the wall. There could still be a Roach Warren, but rushing into charge like this is ideal against Ling Hydra. It is ideal against a player that is skipping Roach production. And you what I see, no Roaches. No Roaches here from Rogue. Is going Ling Hydra. We spoke about that with +1 melee. And this is where herO can punish. Speaking of punishing, gets a queen. Gets another 2? Oh god. Another 2 queens gonna be going out. Can we save the queen? No, we cannot. 3? As we're going up to 3 queen kills here. One of the oracles, ooh, does overextend. Bit of miscontrol there by herO, but to kill 3 queens for 1 oracle, that is still well worth it. Ay, herO, calm down. They do harass across the map. They do slip in towards the main. Plus here he does the play. Does the play to charge, also going to be racing across the map. And again, what is it to defend? No Bailings, no Roaches, no nothing, just purely Ling Queen, and there's no way to hold against this. No shots. Lings, they try to engage. Charge, they'll say just mow through their Zerglings. Now the queens, they can tank, but 1 queen goes down. Yeah, last no transfuse. 3 queens went down earlier, so the queen count is quite low. And Zealous, they should overwhelm. They should just overwhelm. There is no defense. Drones are being drilled. Queens taking some damage to the backline, but now they get surrounded. They get surrounded as well. And again, before Ro could really get into the mid game, before we could actually establish his bases, GG gets called, and herO takes game number 1. GG. A solid game there out of herO. Again, the early game, I want to say, Ro, he got what he wanted. Remember, he was able to delay the expansion. He was able to hatch block. That was great and all, but herO was so quick to counterattack. I think what surprised me is that typically the counterattack is a little bit more delayed. I'm referring to the double Zealot, double Adept. I mean, it's in the name. I just said it. Like, usually you wait for a second Adept and then you move out with 2 Adepts and 2 Zealots. herO, if you remember, he moved out immediately with his 2 Zealots and moved out with an Adept as well. Now, what was scary about what herO did and why that's illegal is, remember, herO didn't scout. He didn't know the timing of the spawning pool. For all he knew, there could be Zerglings amassing, and with him moving out, there could have been a run by. There would have been nothing at home to defend, and it would have lost a pylon, would have lost workers, would have lost a lot there. But herO did gamble. He did gamble. I say gamble. He did take a risk, and it's also possible that maybe he's a little bit more familiar with Rogue, just assuming, you know what, you're probably playing standard here. You're probably just hatch blocking this. There's probably no threat to me here behind this, so let's just rally everything across the map. Let's not play safe. Let's go blindly into the dark, and it worked. He was able to get a queen, able to get a couple of drone kills. He traded well early on to the point where he took a lead himself, and then again he was able to read his opponent despite not scouting the Eva chamber. Did see lack of gases, did see lack of tech. There could have been hidden tech, but he just assumed, Rogue, you're not going to go Roaches. You're not going to go Roaches here. Let me just kill you with charge. GG. GG, well played. Now, based on what just happened, I don't think that Rogue is going to be skipping Roaches, at least for the next 2 games. I feel like once you get caught out by charge like this, we're gonna have to be forced to commit a little bit more, respect this, and go into a Roach based opener instead. But we'll see. We'll see how things do differ as we get into game 2. Game 2 gonna be on Tokamak. Oh boy. Bearing in mind, there's also a rematch with DreamHack Dallas. True. I do recall DreamHack Dallas, Rogue, and herO did also face off there as well. The reason why that stands out in my mind is, if you recall, when herO did defeat Rogue at Dallas, he actually went over to him, and they were going over the replay, and he was like, they were discussing it. Like, it's like after the series, after they shook hands, Rogue was like, "Yo, can you help me out here? Like, what's going on? Like, what am I meant to do?" And he was like, "I got you. But yeah, they were just like discussing the replay like after the series. It was crazy. But here we go. We're now getting into game number 2, and spawning in the right hand corner of Tokamak, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss leading the series 1-0, representing Twisted Minds. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Zerg player, the blue Zerg player himself representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. We go. This is honestly, what is RSL, by the way? RSL is a rival StarCraft league. RSL is an event, well, I mean, it was already explained in the chat, event organized by the community members in Korea. By State, Tasteless, Ziggy, Gemini as well, and some others behind the scenes. A crowd-funded tournament, and it has been running this week. This week it has been running. The group stage, I should say. That's also why we have been casting a little bit less this week to allow RSL to continue and to go unimpeded, uncontested. Here we go. So now we have our initial opener, Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener out of Rogue. Likewise, this time here is able to freely expand here, gate expand into Cybercore. So far, so good. As we are going to be settling in. When it comes to our build of choice, again, we're expecting Rogue to be a little bit safer this time and going to Roaches. I say that, welcome one and all to Tokamak. Tokamak is one of the more defendable maps of the map pool, not as large as Maganatha, but defendable nonetheless. So we might see Rogue feel the need to cut corners again. He might want to cut corners, he might want to go pure Ling Hydra. It can be abused, as we just saw. It can be risky to try to cut corners, but at the same time, at this level of play, you do want to cut as many corners as you can against your opponent. You want to do whatever you can to get that edge, to get that advantage. Behind this Stargate opener out of herO, going for Stargate into Oracle. We're assuming Oracle could be Void Ray again, true. Could be going Void Ray. And there it is going to be Oracle first. Link Scout does confirm, so nice scout here by Rogue. Oh. Zerglings are going to be, for the most part, cleaned up. They do get one probe, not bad. At least Rogue is aware of what's coming his way. He knows his overlords are at least safe for the time being. And is getting ready back at home. Massing up more queens. That's another, big part, of course. It wasn't just the build of choice by herO. We had a really nice setup as well, sniping 3 queens. I think 4 in total before the main fight. Like, he was able to snipe so many queens from Rogue in lead up to that charge push, which did mean the charge move outs was that much stronger. Rogue investing quite heavily into these Zerglings. Interesting. We have an extra wave on the way. Let them safe perk in. They should not get much done. So Rogue just playing safe. Oracle does pull away. Oh. And not really finding too much damage here. It looks like he will not deny the Overlord. Gets an egg. Pulls away, and there it is, a Roach Horn out of Rogue. Again, as we mentioned, we assumed that Rogue would be playing Roaches this time just to be safe. There was, of course, a chance that he would skip Roaches again, but this time is embracing Roach production. So if herO were to do the same build 2 games in a row, if he were to go into charge, then he would be shut down. That is an earlier Twilight Council. Okay. We do see the Twilight Council and Forge on the way. We'll see if we go into charge again. Here he breaks in. Okay, he confirms. He breaks in. He confirms that Roach Warren has been thrown down. Now he knows that Rogue is playing safe. He knows that now this time there are Roaches, which means this should be +1 in Blink, not +1 in charge. Should be. Ooh, +1 range on the way. This tells us that Rogue is going to commit a little bit harder to Roach into Hydra, most likely teching up into Lurker Tech as well. There is a build where you can go into a Hydra all-in, where you hit with +1 and you cut worker production at 66 and you only get a 4th base just for Larva. The Solar, if you will. Solar is very fond of it. So we'll keep our eye open for that as well. As that say do bust in. And herO, he is going to charge again. This is risky. This is a very risky move here by herO. So a couple of things. What he's hoping is that, okay, you're going for a Roach Warren. It's probably just for safety. You probably don't want to make roaches. Let's go charge and try to catch you off guard. Adept Shade confirms research. Seeing the Roach Warren researching confirms that there are going to be roaches being built. And these elves, they shouldn't get much done. Despite that, 7 drones going down. Oh my god, 8 drones? 9? Oh, 9 workers gonna be from 10. Gee, almost. 9 drones do full critical damage here at the natural base. Roaches are amassing. Remember, herO, he did scout the Roach one. He knows that roaches are building up, and Rogue is going all in. Yeah, Rogue is going all in. He's taking too many losses, too many hits, and charge lots are not going to help too much against an all in. Not like this. Yeah, here is being punished for his build of choice. At least he should be. Yeah, mass Zelts are spotted. Rogue knows. Rogue, he sees the Zelt. He knows there's no reason to have Zelts this early on unless we're going to charge. That's Rogue is vulnerable. Sorry, here is vulnerable. We do see the Oracles, they catch a queen. Not bad. They get a queen, but they're going to be thrown away. Ooh, this is not worth it here. Going to be losing every single Oracle. herO. Bearing in mind that he's up against an all-in, every unit counts, stasis traps, pulsar beams, whatever he could get. But he throws away 2 oracles against a spore. Back enemy was distracted, and here comes the all-in. And again, herO, he fumbled that aggression. Now he has a worse defense. Zelts, they do collapse in. They get a surround. Oh my god. Okay. They come in for the surround, and they're trading as best they can. They clean up a lot of roaches. Like, that surround was insane. Okay. herO, he's pulling this off. Takes down almost every queen. And again, surrounds the roaches. Roaches that have not yet massed up. Now just juggling there by Rogue. But alas, he is being shut down. A lot of roaches do fall. At the same time, down go the Zealots. Like, the problem with Charge-Lots here is that Charge-Lots, they're not a very efficient unit. They don't really build up over time. You don't preserve them. You don't micro them back. They're one and done. And yes, they had initially a good fight, but now there's nothing left. Now there's nothing here, and herO, he basically got hard countered. He got hard countered. We spoke about it, but for herO to go into charge, I mean, the all-in is just such a good option here to just shut it down completely. And herO has nothing to defend. herO has vanilla stalkers. As the third base has been broken. And now stalkers can kite back, but they have no blink. They have no upgrades. And GG gets called a Rogue. He will tab the series 1-1. We have a back and forth. Whew. GG. We have that back and forth. And again, that was on herO. herO, he did decide, despite scouting the Roach Warren, to go into charge. Remember, that was a decision made after he had seen what was going on, after the scout. So he did make that decision, he did make that choice. He was assuming that Rogue will play macro, and if so, then he could get away with charge and try to harass and then build up and get into a 4th base. But alas, instead, Rogue, he just committed to an all-in, and herO, he did not have what it took to defend, to survive against that. GG. GG, well played. With that, Rogue ties things up, and now we're going to game 3. We're going into Torches. Let's go. Torches, the second most viewed map in the map pool. Map we rarely get to see, especially in this matchup. Curious to see what the plan is, as we are used to seeing all-ins on this map, but at the same time, we don't really get to see much of it. Let's find out. This morning, in the bottom right-hand corner of Torches, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Twisted Minds. It is herO. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg. Hello. Oh my god, he's crazy. He's going to be mining through those patches here, representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. He's rushing to the gold. He's rushing out into the gold base. This is something that we have not seen, I haven't seen before actually. But that's also because, as I mentioned in lead up to this, we don't often see games on Torches. Like, they're just not often seen. And yeah, he's zooming across the map for that proxy hatchery. herO is unaware. Here he's distracted. He needs to check that wall. But again, I don't know how much experience herO has on this map. It's not like El Dorado. El Dorado was seen a lot more often. El Dorado was larger than Torches. herO pokes in. herO confirms there are no gases, no spawning pools. Something is wrong. There has to be a hatchery somewhere. Upon seeing this, there has to be a hatchery somewhere out there. We know where it is, but herO does not. There we go. Now we have the pool. Now we have the gas. Now we have the pool. But this is late. This is still late tech here. Again, there should be an expansion, and herO, he's when he sees a low ground, when he sees there's nothing here, he has to check. Oh. As herO for now just going for a gate expand. herO is still being as annoying as possible in the main. He's not scouting. And what is the plan from here is the question. Are we going into roaches, into a roach all in where you mine through these middles and just go straight into the natural? That would make the most sense in my mind. To go for the all in, he checks, no expansion. Like something is wrong. Like he sees there is no base. And he's checking the linear third. Oh, he's assuming that the base was taken here. It isn't. It's not here. He's checking the center goal bases. Late scout here of the wall. Very late. Now he confirms nothing at the goal bases, and he knows like it has to be somewhere. He's looking. It's like, wait, what? And here comes herO. herO, guys, soon was going to be roach all in. He's going for link flood. He's going for a link flood, and herO, he has no idea. He has seen nothing. He's still not. Okay, there we go. Now he checks, but it's too late. He's in. Yeah, it's too little, too late. The wall has been broken. Links and drones, they do bust in. We have more links on the way. He does fully wall off. He does wall. That will delay. But only for a time. And yeah, the queen can focus this down. Here he defends in the main. And can herO make a stand? As the pylon is holding strong for now, but he has to cancel. Yeah, he has to cancel. The wall has been broken. The force field a little bit too late. Yeah, late force field, late sentry. Oh, and never mind. Okay, he locks him down. Very nice. Locks down the army. Shield batteries are on the way. Here he cannot get surrounded. He has to pull back. The kiting is solid. Oh no! One of the sentries almost gets caught out. Nice force field. Ooh, but the sentry still falls. And it's, yeah, he's being zoned away. He's being zoned away. The Stalker, it's still in production. Shield battery is now done. Oh, can he save the sentry? He can, just barely. He does have a force field. Yeah, but they get a full surround. They get a full surround. They force a recall. Sentry goes down. Stalker does recall back. And herO, I do think he's done it here. Like, no shot here survived from this. Boys are being pulled. herO gets us around, takes out the Stalker, and 0 units. 0 army units to defend, and just probes. And herO, he will all in. He will cheese them out. Again, it's on herO. He didn't scout. And again, I feel like a big part of this is just how little games you get to play on torches. How often this map is vetoed. Didn't have the wherewithal to scout, to check, and GG gets called. herO takes a 2-1 lead. GG. herO does take a lead, and again, welcome to Torches. As we mentioned, Torches is not like El Dorado in the sense that we got to see a lot more games on El Dorado, and it was a lot more common to scout that mineral wall on El Dorado as well, to check to see if players were being cheeky. But here on Torches, because of how rarely you get to see games on this map, I want to believe that that's part of the reason why why his scout was so late, why his scout and his realization of what was happening was just so delayed. And with that, he got caught with what? With his pants down. Papi was caught with his pants down, and herO takes a lead. And can herO claim the series? Up next, we're going to be loading into ley lines for game number 4. Let's go. Let us go. Yes, the pants were down. Papi, the pants are completely. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have the South Green Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss representing Twisted Minds. Down in the series, he has to fight back here and now to force the ace match. It is herO. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Blue Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. Now, something that we didn't really get to mention here is, or coming into the series, I do favor herO if we get into a standard, if we get into the mid game. If we get into mid game, into mid to late game, like I do favor herO given that kind of game state. But this series has been very fast. It's been a very fast series, very short games as well. We haven't really seen any mid game at all between herO and Rogue, and we might not get it. I mean, right now the pressure's on herO to survive until then. And he only has 1 game left to try to pull that off, in the sense that he cannot lose another game here. Meanwhile, Rogue, he has some room to work with. What are we going for? But now, hatch first. herO scouts. herO confirms that the hatchery is back at home. No crazy ninja hatchery or proxy. As he does poke in. herO behind this walling up. And we're going to be waiting for our tech of choice. Now, we do expect herO to go Stargate. We have yet to see Stargate into Blink Stalker. That just hasn't happened so far this series. On a map like Leylands, that's what we're expecting out of herO. No shot he goes Charge again. No shot. I would hope not. Like, Charge is a build that you whip out once in a series, and hey, it worked wonders in game 1. But you don't want to rely on that, because again, you're just heavily reliant on your opponent not making roaches. Based on the fact that herO's gone Charge in game 1 and game 2, I would imagine Rogue is going to play Roach again here in game 4. But we'll see. We shall see. As for now, our natural is just getting saturated. Third base is going to be on the way for Rogue. And we have our tech of choice, Stargate. Now we're expecting an Oracle, but we could still see another Void Ray opener out of herO. And there it is. It is going to be the Oracle. So Oracle first. Right, that's Rogue still joining, still saturating. From here, herO will take a third base, and then we're going to be waiting for the tech. For the Twilight Council, the Forge, upgrades. We're waiting to see where herO takes us. As herO does move in. Remember, 2 adepts taking one-shot drones. They can one-shot. Oracle's on the way as well. We'll see if Rogue can keep up. So far, so good. It's keeping up. Spore is about to finish. Oracle into the main. Does 9 mining. And we have a second Oracle and a third Oracle. Okay, so triple Oracle opener out of herO is opening up standard. Fast Eva Chamber out of Rogue. This tells us he's going into +1 melee. Tells us that he does plan on skipping roaches this time. And based on how heavily herO's been punished for that, at least previously, he might not punish this time. He might not go into charge. Now would be the time. But the gambles have been so real this series. there's been so many risks taken. As I mentioned, yeah, +1 melee. Again, you don't go for a fast Eva Chamber unless you're going into melee. Bailey Nest, okay. We're going for a Bane Bust, or this could just be safety from Rogue. We mentioned earlier, when it came to the charge base opener was Lings, they do get into the natural base. Probe's going to be going down. He gets 3. 3 probes do full. Better trade here for Rogue. At the same time, they do bust in across the map. Drone's going to be going down as well. Workers do full. Lings out of position. herO getting a bit out of hand. I'll shade away. Massing on more Zerglings. But what I was getting at is that if this was a charge-based opener out of herO charge follow-up, then Banelings would be a way to deal with that, to shut it down. Adepts, they go in, they shade, they confirm. They're going to be cleaned up, but they do get eyes on the Baneling Nest. And it is going to be Blink. Blink and +1. So standard follow-up out of herO. I will say that these upgrades are a little bit late. herO was banking up some minerals and gas, so later upgrades here, but they're on the way nonetheless. And now we're getting into a longer game. Getting into the mid-game here. Rogue gaining map control, going for the lair. This should lead into Hydras, so Link main Hydra out of Rogue. Or just Link Hydra out of Rogue. But he's passing up a lot of Zerglings. That's what, 20 more Lings on the way. That's a big commitment here for Rogue. Otherwise, he should be fully joined up. He's all in. Wow, he's just going all in. I mean, the lair does allow him to take up, but this is a lot of Zerglings. This is so committed. And if this fails to get damage done, he will fall behind. Again, all these Zerglings could have been drones. There we go, leads are moving in. Bailings are on the way. And herO, can he keep up? As Rogue, he's under 49 drones. Like, he just has not been droning. He has 26 more Zerglings on the way. He just sends it. He's sending it, Pappy. Who needs Bailing speed? We're just waddling in. We're just waddling in. Lair is done. Oracles are across the map. They don't have to defend. Bailing's making the way to the mineral line. Lings, they look down the stalkers. Oh! You know, probes, they do pull away. They pull back. Bailings crash in. No shield batteries. And with that, the third base has been broken. Yeah, the Oracle's out of position. They're racing back home. If the Oracles were here, there would have been a strong defense. But the Oracles were not. And Bailings are making their way in. Up, do they connect? I started firing. One gets started down. Lings, they peel off into the natural. The rest go into the main. At the same time, third goes down. And herO, he has been broken. He has been broken. Wow, the all-in here from Rogue was so risky. Once again, just really risky play out of both players, out of Rogue and herO. herO moved out despite seeing all those Zerglings. And he hasn't broken. He hasn't broken. Rogue has done it. A bit of a shorter best of 5. not gonna lie, but an explosive one in more ways than one. As things, they have 42 probe kills across the map. herO, he has been crippled, and again, he doesn't really have much left over here. He's working towards charge. He's down to 30 probes. Now is the time for Rogue to drone. He's droned up to 75. Now he can saturate. Hydra production's underway. He can take up into infestation bits, into lurkers, into extra gases, into a 5th base. He can do whatever he wants. He's under no threat. Like, there's nothing to threaten him. There's oracles. That's it. That's all that herO has. Just triple oracle across the map. And again, here he saw the Bailing Nest earlier, but he had assumed, and I had assumed as well, that it was just more of a defensive Bailing Nest in case charge was researched. And here he took a risk. His chance was to be active with the oracles. He missed those Zerglings, right? He saw the group on the left-hand side, but he didn't really pay too much mind. He missed the group on the right. He missed the reinforcements. He didn't see that Rogue was all in. And again, if the oracles were at home, if he was aware, of course, if he had scouted, different story, but he was unable to. What happened? The pants were down 1 second. And here comes the Link Hydra. And again, Rogue, he would just drone. Like, he doesn't have to attack here, but he's just going for the kill. Just going for the kill, going for the throw. Storm is not done. Rogue, he's here to break herO. He's here to make it to the grand finals. As they bust in. No shield battery. High Templar goes down. He gets 1, he gets 2. GG gets called, and Rogue, he will take the series 3-1, advancing on to the grand finals of GSL. GG. GG, well played. Rogue, he does acclaim the series here. And again, we did not see a single mid game. We did very short games here, very short games. A lot of all-ins back and forth. I say a lot of all-ins. The game 1 did kind of set the tone a little bit with herO punishing Rogue. And after Rogue got punished for cutting corners, he's like, you know what? I'ma just commit. I'ma just be hyper aggressive. And hey, it worked. It did work. And again, partly as well because herO, he was unaware and unable to, or just unaware to scout on torches. Like, I'm still thinking about torches. Like, torches was just such a delayed scout from herO to recognize what was happening, to recognize what was going on. Likewise, game 2, herO, he got hard countered. herO, he went into +1 charge, and then he got all in by a German taxi. Again, he just was unable to confirm what was happening. And here as well, we had the Ling Bane all in. We had the Bane bust, and herO, he did not realize what was going on, did not scout, despite opening up triple oracle, and with that was torn apart. GG, well played. With that, Classic and GuMiho are going to be coming up next. They're going to be coming up next here as we can catch up on our bracket. Let's go. Let us go. So here we go. We have Classic and GuMiho. They're going to be our next pairing here, our next series. It's going to be a PvT between our two players. Now, bearing in mind, we were going over this earlier, but Classic and GuMiho, they actually did already make it to the semis last season. Rogue is the only newcomer. We had herO, Classic, and GuMiho making it into last season's semifinals. But they actually didn't play against each other. They were on opposite ends. It was Cure versus Classic and GuMiho versus herO last time. So here, this time we have a different pairing, and I know that there was a lot of hype around GuMiho, especially coming into this, or a lot of support from his team. I don't think we have directly addressed it, but it has been really exciting to see Seoul Esports support GuMiho the way that they have. If you've been following the past couple of broadcasts, like GSL broadcasts, DreamHack, and the EWC qualifiers as well, you would know that there'd be like a surge of Seoul Esports fans, like flood the chat and flood the streams as well, and a lot of them have never seen StarCraft before. It was a bit of a challenging cast, not gonna lie, covering the EWC qualifiers, when a lot of them were asking like, hey, what's the win condition, like what does this unit do, what does that unit do, like how does this dynamic work, what are the other races, can anyone play any race? Like they're very inquisitive as to the game itself, as a lot of them were Seoul Esports fans, more so than StarCraft fans. But regardless, they were there to support, GuMiho. They were there to support his boy in those EWC qualifiers, and it's something that you don't really get to see too often. We've been a little bit critical. We brought it up during the podcast how a lot of these teams that pick up players for EWC, they pick them up just to get the bonus, right? For those who don't know, there is basically a bonus that teams do acquire. I think it's like 500k. It's like a big bonus if they are in multiple esports. For every other esport that they're in, they do get an extra bonus. And because StarCraft is a part of EWC, teams like Alcadzia Esports, teams like Virtus Pro, Twisted Minds, Team Falcons, like a lot of these teams do pick up like RSE Sports, Sentinels, true. They pick up a player just to get that bonus, right? Just to get that bonus. And it's good for the players themselves just because they are able to get some support. But very often the teams don't really care. They don't they're not really invested in their players. They just want the bonus. That's all they really. I mean, they would want their players to perform well, don't get me wrong, but it's very much so like a shallow incentive, I should say. There are definitely exceptions to that, and I want to say that Seoul Esports is one of them. Like, you don't see the Sentinels boys show up to Showtime's matches to cheer for him. You don't see the RSC boys show up to Spirits matches to cheer for him. You don't see the Alcadzia boys to show up and cheer for Creator, for example, right? Like, there's definitely some teams that, they're not as invested into their own players as others, and I feel like Seoul Esports is probably the best one, to be honest. I want to say like Seoul Esports, Team Vitality, of course, as well. They're a lot more invested into their players, into their teams, but very rarely do they direct like all their fans to like go in and to cheer for their boys. And yeah, it's I appreciate it. Do appreciate it. So big shout out to Seoul Esports for that. I say Seoul Esports, S-A-U-L. Yeah. So really do appreciate it. And we'll see how he does perform against Classic here as they're facing off in a Terran versus Protoss matchup. Let's go. As we wrapped up with one series, now we're jumping into our next one. As game one is going to be on Pylon. We go. And spawning in the top left hand corner of Pylon, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the red Terran representing S8UL Esports. It is GuMiho. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Virtus Pro. It is Classic. We go. Our PvT has arrived, and GuMiho is a very unique player in the TV matchup as well. For those that are unaware, GuMiho, he is one that does enjoy mixing in mech, even before it was cool, as we're going for a proxy, by the way. Even before it was cool, he does like mixing in mech. Even before the cyclone, the bug cyclone, I should say, GuMiho would embrace mech play and make it work at this level of play, at the highest level of play as well. So GuMiho can be a very unorthodox player to keep up with, and we open up with a proxy Rax. Let's go. Oh, and Classic, he does scout immediately. Classic, he will find him, and he will shut this down. Ay, 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 rough start here for GuMiho. Forced to cancel, forced to deviate, and now his opener is delayed. It's a late opener here from GuMiho. Late racks, late expansion, late everything. A rough start for our Terran player. Off the bat. Off the bat, it is a rough start. So Classic cannot freely just chill, can expand. Gate, Cyber expand here out of Classic. Very safe. An economic start out of our Protoss player. As do see Classic scouting, confirming that the Rax is back at home, confirming only one gas geyser, and confirming that there should be a CC momentarily. Classic can be in position to delay and to disrupt that base. Just a lot of attention to detail here from Classic. Does poke in. Behind this, a factory is on the way. So now he's aware that it's going to be a delayed CC, faster factory. Oh. GuMiho trying to catch out that probe and does go for the high ground expansion. So again, so much damage was done by this probe. He didn't just shut down the initial proxy, he also forces the CC on the high ground instead. So it's going to be a delayed natural base. So far, just a very strong start for Classic. From here, playing it safe, going for Adept into Sentry, so that means more scouting information, more vision, more security here for Classic. Another little known fact about GuMiho, he plays his best when he hasn't eaten. Oh no. And he hasn't eaten in days. He's been starving, he's been fasting just for this match. He's malnourished. Let's go. Ay, ay, ay. Twilight Council opener out of Classic. Going Twilight Council, extra gateway is going to be on the way. Should be just a blink-based opener. Nothing crazy, nothing wild. Bug Cyclone. I say Bug Cyclone, I mean, for all we know, it could very much so just be intentional, by the way. But currently, the lock-on from the Cyclone, the recharge, or the amount of time it takes for the lock-on to be available once again to re-lock onto another target, is shorter than what it should be. Shorter than listed in the game. So that's why it is currently referred to as a quote-unquote bugged cyclone. Because of that, lock-ons are available a lot faster than they otherwise should be. Again, there's totally a chance that that's maybe intentional, but it's not, at least not meant to be as far as we know. As it is not accurately reflected on what is written on the tooltips and what is written in patch notes. Which is why there's been a lot of outcry from the community regarding the cyclone and how long it's taken for it to be addressed. But regardless, there's going to be a bio setup here from the side of GuMiho. Is going to bio, is going to stim. Setting up for what looks to be a 3-1-1 setup. Oh, no, never mind. Going for a 2-1-1. Interesting. Hallucination Scout does confirm. Now, this is a build that is often done against Zerg. It is often a Zerg build here where you go into a stim timing into 16 Marines into a double drop across the map. The problem here with doing this against Protoss is that if this doesn't get much damage done, you are behind in terms of tanks, and your natural and your main are much, much more exposed. So there's so much pressure on GuMiho to get damage done with this stim timing. Stim is done, medevacs are on the way, and GuMiho is about to push out, and again, the pressure is on. Pressure is on. Behind this Classic, he's fully aware he did get a full scout. Storm is now complete. Classic did play Storm, will go into Temple Archives into 2-way Storm before the third, so very safe play here from Classic. Double drop does move out. Oh. Likewise does threaten the High Templar. Double drop does move in. Not much to kill. Does deny one of the shield batteries and a pylon. Does get a couple of pickoffs. And will be deflected. And you always shout out to herO in the chat. Papiga, gracias, papi, gracias. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time. Y buenas noches. Buenas noches, papi. Anda mi mir. Pero gracias, gracias. Thank you so much. Much love. Much love for you. As from here, again, GuMiho has been deflected. Now, thankfully, he didn't lose his army, but I still do give the edge here to Classic. Classic claiming his third, getting fully saturated. GuMiho getting his own third CC on location. Greedy move here out of GuMiho, but a bit necessary here to recover in this game. Likewise, he, of course, saw the High Templar, and the Ghost Academy is now done for GuMiho. Again, as a response to these earlier Storm builds that has been rising through the meta, we are now responding, or at least a lot of Terrans have been responding with faster Ghosts with faster EMPs. So he's rushing into that Ghost production. Double drop towards the main. Now GuMiho just harassing. He does threaten the main base so far. Classic, he will try to lock this down, both here at the range location. Likewise, doesn't really have much in the main base, but regardless of GuMiho, he's locked down. Actually, Classic just ignores the drop. He ignores it. He moves out. He's pushing. And back at home, how many ghosts do we have? 0. The Ghost Academy has been done for quite some time. One ghost just now pops out. There's one ghost, one EMP. GuMiho is not ready for this. He's not set up. Again, no tanks here at the third. Tanks are further back than natural. Third base is exposed. Storm will zone. And GuMiho hot pickup does save his workers. Not bad. Does save the mineral line. At the same time, double drop into the main. The Classic was holding onto that warp in. And he's ready. Oh my god. He's more than ready. Oh my god. Takes out the bio army. Shuts it down. Storms do connect. And Classic, he does pull away. Pulls away, races back home. Catches at the medevac. And GuMiho is still stuck on 2 bases. As he's trying to expand, Classic, he just doesn't back off. Again, welcome to Pylon. Short rushes and spike ground. Smaller map. Storms are coming in. Tanks are unsieged. Now's not the time. Yeah, tanks are unsieged. Massive storms. Mineral line gets caught out, and GuMiho, he'll lose everything. He'll lose everything here. There goes the tanks. All the ghosts go down. And again, the army was late to siege up. The army was out of position. GG gets called, and Classic will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Classic does take a lead. Again, just a really rough start there for GuMiho to be shut down with the initial proxy. He had a late expansion. From there, he was going for a 2-on-1. And we spoke about it. The 2-on-1 had to get some damage done just because it delays your tech, it delays your tanks, it delays everything else. And he got a pylon, got a shield battery, not much else. From there, we saw that Classic did snowball out of control, did ever well. GG. GG, well played. Again, GuMiho was being greedy when it came to his third base timing as well. Remember, he did get his third base on location. His tanks were out of position. He was a little bit too far back. He wasn't ready to defend, wasn't ready to protect. And with that, Classic takes the lead. But now we're jumping to game number 2. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the red Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran representing S8UL Esports. It is GuMiho. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Protoss Pro. It is Classic. I love that chant. Este Flapjack. Who are we? Ducklings. What are we? CranKy. Oh no. True, but oh no. I love it. As Classic once again scouting for a proxy after game 1. I don't blame him. I don't blame him. So once again checking for any shenanigans. Meanwhile, GuMiho has got out of his system, going for his racks back at home. Does calm down, does sort down back at home instead. Going for a much more standard opener here. We can calm down. As Classic comes in with the scouts, he will confirm the racks back at home. He'll also confirm the gases. Only one gas. Only one gas. So GuMiho going for a racks into CC. And welcome one and all to Tokamak. Again, Tokamak is one of the larger maps in the map pool, known for more longer, later games. Has a defendable third, has a defendable fourth base. These choke points and points of elevation to allow for easier defense. So it makes sense for GuMiho to open up economic here, to not double down. We have yet to see a double gas opener. We expect to see it at some point in the series. I mean, personally, I would have expected to see it on Pylon, but on maps like Pylon, Ultra Love, Torches, that's what we expect to see more aggressive builds. Here, seems like more economic, or is more economic. But of course, it's GuMiho. You know, always expect the unexpected. 2-on-1s are a rare sight, and hey, we saw that in game 1. What's up next? I'll be honest, I do not expect to see a 2-on-1 again this series. Not at all. Like it's a rare build for a reason, and it does best if you're able to deny the scouts and catch your opponent off guard. Twilight Council opener out of Classic. And we do expect to see Classic go for his same build. What did we see last game? Twilight Council into Blink with a Forge, 3-gate Blink into a Templar Archives into Storm on 2 bases with a later third. I should say that's the kind of build that we expect on smaller maps. Here, we can cut corners. I mean, Classic, he saw the economic opener. I'm feeling 2-gate Blink. 2-gate Blink is a rare sight nowadays, but against an economic start, it would make sense. Adept does move out. Does see the Tech Lab. Is going to be a Cyclone drop follower. Cyclone Medevac. Natural's now being taken. Anytime I want to watch pro play, this is the channel. Man's on every single day. Papi C. Every day. Multiple times a day as well. Fun fact, we have 3 casts today. We have GSL, we have the podcast later on, and then we have OSC. We have OSC King of the Hill in the evening. 3 casts, 3 casts. That's how we do. Meanwhile, as we mentioned, 2-gate Blink. Yep, 2-gate Blink into a third. This is the greediest build you can go for, and this used to be standard. Nowadays, less so, just because of the rise in popularity of 2-base all-ins from Terran. GuMiho, he's here to try to punish the third. And we'll see if he can. Drop comes in. Again, he's going for the expansion. And can he force a cancel? Up! It's going to be close. Does knock down the Sentry. Sentry does go down. Not bad. Sentry goes down. Adepts as well. And bleeding out a lot of Marines. The Cyclone taking a lot of hits. And Classic defense. Classic, he does defend. The GuMiho going to be forced back. Rallying a second Cyclone across the map. Oh, he's not stopping. GuMiho, he is not stopping. Once again, he wants that expansion. Classic out of position. Uh-oh. He is out of position. Coming in from behind, a pylon does go down. Can he get on top of the Medevac? Yeah, Blink is done. Blink is done. Ooh, Medevac's zoning away. Catches one of the Cyclones. And GuMiho doesn't stop. He just keeps going in. He's crazy. Now, what's interesting behind this, as it's going to be a one-way trip, he gets 1 probe. Going to get a second. There we go, 2 probe kills. But behind this, GuMiho is going into Cloak Banshee. We have Cloak Banshee follow-up going for a 3rd CC. A very fast 3rd base out of GuMiho. Very greedy. And we'll see if Classic can punish. No tanks. No tanks to defend. Shaving off some Marines. Ooh, Classic does overextend though. Yeah, big overextension. 3 Stalkers go down for 1 Marine. Yeah, miscontrol there from Classic. Does slip up, and GuMiho defends. And what's important is that GuMiho is getting away with the 3rd CC. That's what's important here. I mean, the Cloak Banshees can also do damage, don't get me wrong. What do you have? Robo's done. There's one observer back at home in the main. Hallucination Scout confirms Cloak. Yeah, big Scout. Does confirm. Stalkers, they should take down the tank. Nice pickup. Tank goes down. Banshees are soon to move out. It's interesting to me that it was a Cloak. It was a Cloak Banshee opener, but he went Raven first. He went Raven with Cloak, then into delayed Banshee. Because of that, there is no Banshee ready. Or I should say, the first Banshee is moving out. Despite Cloak being done for quite some time. Meanwhile, we had to see the observer here outside of the main base. Meanwhile, the third is exposed. Banshee about to be revealed. Stalker's getting caught out. And GuMiho, we can commit here. Remember, there is no detection. GuMiho finishing up Interference Matrix. Okay. Interesting. An upgrade that is rarely seen in TVP nowadays. Does come into the upgrade. Does mean that he can disable the Prism. I would say that's probably the best target for that disable. Can target the Prism. Banshees, they move in. There's a scan looking for the observer, and he can one-shot. Yeah, 1, 2, 3 probes going to be going down. Observer racing back home. There's the recall. Hey, Classic, not expecting this. Did not expect. 7 probe kills, not bad. And both Banshees get away. So a strong start for GuMiho. Remember, GuMiho got away with a fast third base, and he got away with all this damage. Classic is hurting. Back at home, GuMiho is setting up. Building up his wall of tanks, getting into his bio. Stim, +1. Concussive Shell on the way. And Classic gonna try to break GuMiho, pushing into this time a setup siege line. This did not exist on Pylon. But we spoke about how defendable Tokamak was at the start of the game. Classic, can he break him? He's gonna have a lot of storms. He's gonna have 3. At least 3 storms. A massive wave of charge lots. It's gonna be 23 zealots. And GuMiho has a full wall. And he's going for it. Does go for the dive. Yeah, tank ball is going up, and the wall is solid. The wall is not broken. Again, mass disable on the Prism and on the sentries as well. Okay. The disables are popping up. And Classic is falling behind. Classic, he devoted so much to that push. Now he has forced to expand, forced to saturate his base. Working on the upgrades, taking up. Robo's on the way. Bay as well for Colossus. Ooh, oh my god. Let's go for the Storm Drop. Storm Drop. Once again, Storm on submarines. This was an extensive drop here. Was expensive. Classic looking for another way in. But again, GuMiho is secure. And this was not good enough. He got 10 SCVs, which is nice, but he lost 2 High Templar, the Prism. Classic now taking another expansion. 5 more probes going down. The rumors of Light Ski schedule are greatly exaggerated. It's true, it's true. Some people, they assume that I sleep. That is an exaggeration. We do not sleep. We do. True. We wish we did. Feels bad, man. As Classic double expanding. It's gonna be double expanding. Getting his 5th and his 6th. as Classic does try to gain map control. Now the problem here is that yes, Classic is mass expanding. That is true, right? He's taking every base that he can and he's all going to max out. The problem here is that he has been unable to deny the fourth. Typically this style works wonders if you're containing the Terran, and in a way yes, GuMiho is turtling up, but he's freely on 4 bases and GuMiho is also maxed out as well. So GuMiho is just keeping up with the production, with the supply, with the economy here of Classic. So these bases don't really mean as much. But we'll see if Classic can break a base. We'll see if he can break the expansion. Tank line is already here. Oh, yeah, there's no tank line. Never's going to be going up. Going for the CC. Does force a cancel. Base is cancelled. Likewise, Storm dropping to the mineral line. Nicely done. Okay. Classic popping off. We spoke about it. Classic, he has to get some damage done, and so far he's pulling it off. Gets 9 SCVs, does cancel the 5th, but here comes GuMiho. GuMiho's main army is still looking terrifying. He has no ghosts. Oh, okay. Interesting. 0 ghosts for GuMiho, but he does have those ravens that can help support. And we're going for a base trade? Yeah, we're going for the base trade. Another storm drop. Takes out another 11 SCVs. Classic. Oh, does second guess himself for a moment. Does second guess. Base goes down. Classic commits in. Going for the planetary. Planetary is going to go down. GuMiho, he commits here into the 3rd. Into the natural. Oh, the disruptors. Disruptors are getting caught out. Massive pickoffs. Takes down 2 more disruptors. And the base trade is on. Now, on the one hand, yes, Classic can always recall, but I don't think Classic can fight this army head on. Not like this. GuMiho is pushing further in. Now, thankfully for Classic, he has a lot of bases, right? He has a lot of expansions, but actually they're all on fire. Yeah, there's the recall. There's the recall on the bottom right. Does recall over. Does save the expansion. And Classic, he turns around. He does turn around. He does not try to break the main. Classic saving his fringe bases. And can Classic engage with this army? How many tanks? 5. 5 tanks. 27 Marauders. Oh my god. Yo, who needs EMPs when you can just tank the storms? I mean, I think that's just a plan. Just to take the storms to the face. 57 probes going down. GuMiho moving out towards the right-hand side. Classic not quite in position. Drop is moving in. Does move in. A couple of reinforcements getting caught out. How quickly does Classic respond? Oh, do we get a storm? Yeah, not quite in time. The reaction's not there. The base is going to fall. And Classic going to be down to 1 mining base here. Top left also went down. Yeah, brutal losses. And remember, GuMiho, he has a CC. He has mules. Army gets away. Again, that's still a very heavy Marauder count. Now sieging. Now looking to push. We're going for the base trade once again. Looks like there are no reinforcements back at home. GuMiho, he doesn't have anything here. Now is the time. Yeah, the base is going to fall. Classic, we got to keep going though. We got to keep going into the main, into the production. CC goes down. We got to send it. Keep going in. Get into the main. Doesn't go for it. There's only 5 Marauders, but now there's a tank. It's way too long. Trying to label storms. That's racing back over. Oh, decent storm. Decent storm in the army. Tanks are pre-sieged. Now would not be the time to engage. Classic actually has to wait. He has to wait for the unsiege. Wait for the move outs. He might just go for it though. Oh boy. Here he goes. Yeah, mass on siege, dives on the army, storm coming in. And GuMiho's getting caught out, getting caught with his pants down. That was not the time to unsiege. The Observer was the MVP. He saw everything. He saw everything with the Observer. And GuMiho, he does plummet in supply. Classic, he sees all. He knows all. And GuMiho's hurting. GuMiho, he can no longer fight head on. Not like this. And Classic just waiting for the opportune moment, waiting for the unsiege. Snipes the third. And never base trade a Protoss back. True. That's Classic getting up to 2 bases. GuMiho, the army is split. Again, he cannot fight. Likewise, just searching for any stray units. Uh oh. Oh my god. Okay, thankfully, only 2 Stalkers. Only 2 Stalkers. But Classic, he knows what he wants. Gets a medevac. Going for the other as well. And he will get 3 tanks. Oh, 3 tanks. They go down for free here. I mean, they get 2 Stalkers, I suppose. But a brutal pickoff, and GuMiho is down to what? What is left? 21 Marauders, 2 tanks, 2 Liberators. Liberation has arrived. He's rotating over. Does spot the army. Stalkers, they respond. Now, is there a chance here for GuMiho? Now, GuMiho still has a decent army here. If he can fight all together, like he can take some trades. He can take some fights. Not like this, though. Not like this. Oh my god, the storms once again are brutal. They do force a pickup. Nervous are available. Zealots, they charge in. These tanks on the high ground doing a lot of work. Yeah, they're putting in a lot of work. Massive volleys going off. Classic bleeding out a lot of Zealots here. Yeah, a lot of Zealots go down. Marauders, they split well. Oh, less so against those Novas. But you can see here, Classic running out of gateway units. He will lose every single Disruptor. And the High Templar as well. And GuMiho, he takes the fight. He takes the fight. And again, these tanks, they got so much value here on the high ground. They shut down those Zealots. And now suddenly, GuMiho's back in this. Classic, with 1 bad fight, GuMiho now has the superior army. GuMiho is pushing. Classic down to what? Down to 4? Sorry, 5 High Templar? Yeah, 5. 5 Templar. Storms are good, but we spoke about this even like 10 minutes ago about how Marauders have built a tank. Storms going up. Marauders, they catch from the High Templar. Oh, that's more Storms coming in. But again, GuMiho, he is still pushing in. Still pushing forward. Oh, please add a couple Marauders. Down to 4. 4 Marauders left. Down to 4. Oh, we'll lose the tank. Down to 3. Down to 2. 1. 1 Marauder remaining. The army is so low. Yeah, down to red HP. Takes down the tank. Takes down the medevac. Oh my god. Maestro going up. We can see Classic trying to expand. Trying to rebuild. Ooh, gets another medevac. Okay, was back up and running. They were repowered. Oh! Oh my god, Observer almost falls. That would have been brutal, but GG gets called. As GuMiho runs out of steam down to 10 supply, and Classic, he will take game number 2. Whew, GG. GG, well played. A very, very intense game there. Again, Classic, he, thankfully, because of his mass expansions, despite the base trade going on, Classic, he just had some room, some breathing room there to work with, to race back. It was still very chaotic, and I still did favor GuMiho in a head-on fight, assuming that he was able to fight with all of his siege tanks. If you recall, the big deciding moment there, as it was still a close game, but the big deciding moment was Classic catching out the army on siege. Thanks to the Observer, he was able to spot the moment that GuMiho did unsiege everything all at once, and Classic, he collapsed in, cleaned up the army. With that, did cripple GuMiho. Was still very close. There was still a couple of strong moments there for GuMiho, but he had no longevity in that game. He had no economy, he had no workers, he had limited mules. He couldn't really sustain himself any longer. Meanwhile, Classic had mining, right? He had mining, he had bases. GG. GG, well played. With that, Classic does take a 2-0 lead, and now we're jumping to game number 3. Let's go. Whew. Let us go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Twisted Minds, leading the series 2-0. It is Classic. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the blue Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran representing SAUL Esports. It is GuMiho. Here we go. Can't have a safe schedule when there is no set schedule. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. What I will say though is that this week we have been able to sleep, actually. Like, we've actually been able to get like more than 6 hours sleep at a time. Thanks to RSL, as we mentioned, right? Because of the Revival StarCraft League, we have been casting a little bit less this week, which I am more than happy with. We can we can catch up on all that lost sleep for the year of 2025. It's been crazy, man. It's been crazy. As Classic does scout. He does scout, does check the natural, does check the third, making sure there's no proxy after game one. Again, don't blame him. Do not blame him. Double gas. Oh, for the first time this series, double gas open out of GuMiho, going for a much more aggressive start. Also, a big shout out to Silly Dobby in the chat. Baby God. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dobby, for the subscription. Thank you so much for subscribing for 5 months in a row. Thank you, Papi. Thank you. Almost half a year. Almost half a year of support. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Yeah. So now we're going to be settling in. Classic and Scout is denied. Now again, as a reminder, the openers so far from GuMiho have been very varied. In game 1, he went for the proxy Rax that got shut down, and he turned that into a 2-1-1. Game 2, we saw an economic opener out of GuMiho on a larger map. Here on ley lines, this is smaller compared to Tokamak, true, but still considered more of a macro map. But here we have double gas into a faster factory, into a more tech-heavy style. And Classic, he doesn't know. Again, because that early deeper Classic he's denied the scout, he doesn't know exactly how aggressive his opponent's being. For all the Classic knows, there could be a CC. There could be a CC on the high ground further back, just to make it look like an aggressive build. It could be a mind game. Could be a mind game here. So Classic does open up Adept into Sentry. He's going to be scanning across the map to confirm what the hell's going on and what is coming his way. Now from here we can go into Reactor Reaper Hellion, we can go into an early Tech Lab, into Cyclone Drop, we can go into an early add-on swap into Cloak Banshee, we can go for early tank production. We can see here it's going to be interesting. So Factory into Tech Lab, Cyclone initially, then into Reactor. This should be Reactor Marines just to preserve that gas and go for a faster starport. Oh, never mind. That is not a starport, that's a second Rax. If we throw down a third Rax, 2-base all in. And this is going to be screaming 2-base all in if we do go for another Rax behind this. If we delay the starport any further, the purpose here would be to rush into an add-on swap after the Cyclone into early stim. Into Mass Marine. Reapers APEC forward. Gonna be zoned back. And we are still waiting. We're waiting for that third Rax, waiting for the add-on swap. Ooh, the hallucination is not going to be denied. Whew, just barely. Does sit past. And what do we see? We got eyes on the second Rax. Yeah, second Rax has been spotted. That's a big tell. No starport. Technically, this could be a 2-1-1, but there would already be a starport. There'd already be a starport on the way. And there's the add-on swap. Yeah, add-on swap into fast stim. Into that third command center. Sorry, command center. I keep saying CC. I was going to say third Rax. Never mind. This is a 2-1-1. If you remember, we saw this attempted build in game 1, and I was like, yeah, we're not going to see that again this series. Never mind. So 2-1-1 once again out of GuMiho. Bold move. So this is not all in. This is not all in. This is a stim timing, don't get me wrong, but it's less committed. Well, there's a couple different ways you can approach it. On the one hand, this is going to hit hard with stim and with 16 Marines and 2 medevacs. We should be going for an add-on swap into Reactor and medevac production. But, of course, the downside here is that I believe Classic has seen most of this. He knows that a stim timing is coming. He knows that at least. As a hallucination. Doesn't... There we go. Does now commit. Yep. Does see the add-on swap. Does confirm the 2-1-1. Classic knows. Classic is fully aware. Now, the problem with 2-on-1s in this matchup is that it means no tank production. Basically, this factory was doing nothing but add-on swapping, right? It used itself to create the tech lab for the racks, used itself to create the reactor for the starport. So factory production has been very much so lessened here, and it does mean that you are vulnerable to something like 3 and 4 gate Blink Stalker. Now, thankfully, across the map, charge, not blink. Again, we've been focusing so much on GuMiho. No Blink Stalker out of Classic. Going charge into Storm like this is designed to shut down a 2-base all-in, a tank push. But there is no tank push. And without Blink Stalkers, it means that now the Medivacs might be punished. Now GuMiho can escape with his bio and micro back. So there's now more micro potential for GuMiho, more than they otherwise would be. Against a standard build. So far, takes down the Zealots. Stims on forward. Storm is not yet done, by the way. 10 more seconds. And he's a little bit more time. And GuMiho, he can overwhelm. Takes down the charge load. Storm is now done. Oh, nice lock on. Very nice lock on. Doesn't quite get the High Templar. Not quite. Storm zones. Observer goes down. Very nice control here from GuMiho. Doesn't take anything to the face. Not yet. Spreads well. Guides back. Tank has arrived. And he's rallying tanks across the map here. He's rallying tanks. Ooh. Another volley going up. And again, you can see it's a delicate dance here for GuMiho, and he hasn't taken any major losses. He even retained both Cyclones. That's crazy. He retained both Cyclones. Rotating over. Blink now begins. Blink is late just because it was a charge opener instead. And so far this has been better for GuMiho. I say that Classic is pushing. He's moving out. Oh. He's been zoned away. Liberation has arrived. GuMiho just rallying across the map. Ooh. Better storm. Better storms towards the end. But what about the Liberators? What about the tanks? Yeah, he's sieging up. Zelsay do collapse in. And Classic looks like he will clean this up. Atacosto will lose all of his High Templar. Templar go down. But Classic holds. Whew. Classic, he does hold on. It was a very messy fight. Does survive. And from here, where exactly are we? So GuMiho is taking his third base. Classic, he's not quite saturated yet. Still building up. The economy is lackluster for Classic. GuMiho likewise pulls back. From here, the game will continue. I want to say that GuMiho is in a better position. Once this base gets up and running, right now, this should be a fourth. There should be a fourth base for Classic. He should be up in expansion. And you can see he's trying to expand, but GuMiho's here to deny. He's here to deny. There's the base. GuMiho sims in. Ooh, and he's deflected. Okay, nice save. Nice save by Classic. Defends the fourth. But again, this fourth base is late. Just because of how chaotic the early game has been. GuMiho pushing forward. Again, it's been hyper-fixated on his tank production, at least until now. Now he has gone for another add-on swap into Ghost. Armies, they pass by each other. Uh-oh. Base trade? Okay. GuMiho denies the fourth, and Classic, he commits. He commits into the natural. Oof, brutal mine shot. Mine shot goes up. Boys are being pulled. Classic, he should overwhelm the natural. That Archon putting in a lot of hits. Getting a lot of damage done. Here comes the storm. At the same time, GuMiho, he takes out the third. And he's going to keep pushing. What do we have in the main? Not much. There's a couple of ghosts backing up for GuMiho. He's moving in with the EMP. Oh my god, nice, very nice EMP. Ooh, force the Morphin Archons here. That may play into this. Now there's going to be 4 less High Templar. And likewise, boys are being pulled. Mine shot's going up. There is that one storm. Yeah, storms that will clean this up. And it looks like we will barely break through. Classic has control of the main. At the same time, though, GuMiho pushing further in. A couple of herOs to escape. A couple of workers do make it out. But Classic, he no longer has much of an army. Prism taking a lot of damage. That's 2 Templar. Oh my god. It's 2 Templar in the Prism. Once again, he barely cannot get the medevac. It escapes. Medevac does get away. Classic trying to take the expansion. It's going to be an exposed low ground base. And Classic losing everything back at home. GuMiho escapes with SCVs. Does escape looking at the armies here. 13 Marauders, 1 Ghost. I mean, the main fight could still go either way, as High Templar are morphing in. Ooh, morphing into an Archon. So we're getting into the Archon. GuMiho destroying all the buildings. He is floating away, and he should escape with at least 1 CC. The Viking! Oh my god, the Viking takes out the Prism. Massive pickup. Less micro potential now for GuMiho, sorry, for Classic. Less micro potential. Does get the base up and running. But that was a huge pickup for GuMiho. Classic hunting down more CCs, but again, looks like the natural base will escape. As we have the Great Migration. Let's go. Floating over. Does float over. Again, the CC does catch fire. GuMiho moving out. Do you have any Stalkers? No, 0 Stalkers. So 0 Blink Stalkers. Just purely Charged Archon Storm. Depending on the storms, Classic can win a fight, for sure. Oh. Meanwhile, GuMiho rebuilding a CC across the map did save so many workers. And he also does preserve a command center as well. The other scary thing here is that GuMiho, he's in a much more defendable location. He's taken the main and the natural of Classic. Meanwhile, Classic is out in the open. Like, he's in a very exposed position here. Very exposed expansion. Can be abused from any angle. The high grounds, left, the right, the south. There's a scan. 3 probes. The longer this game goes on, the better it's going to be for GuMiho, as he preserves his bases and he preserves some of his production as well. So we can get everything online faster. And again, there's no rush. Like right now, GuMiho does not have to push into this. There's no reason to. There's only 2 probes mining. Like, he knows that he can just calm down, build up, and just extend his lead. So again, no rush. Likewise, GuMiho also preserved his tech. Ghost Academy is still up and running. He can just go straight into Ghost production. This game is like the game before, kind of. I mean, we ended up in a base trade, but this time GuMiho's in a much better position. If you recall, last game, Classic had the better mining. Classic, he was on 2 bases and taking a 3rd. Here, GuMiho's on 2 bases and can think about a 3rd base as well. So it is similar to the last game, except the roles have been reversed, where GuMiho has the greater economy and Classic is the one that's fallen behind, and the pressure is on Classic to make something happen. So the roles have been reversed. As GuMiho again, he doesn't have to be active like this, but he's only being active with 3 Marauders, so it's okay. He's also wreaking havoc. Classic, he does see everything, by the way. He has the observer. he sees everything here at the natural. He knows that he's in the right position. Now, the one chance that Classic has is if GuMiho does push. We spoke about it. There's no pressure on GuMiho to be active on the map. But if he is, that is where Classic can take advantage. Oh, as a High Templar gets sniped. This is already worth it for GuMiho. Gets High Templar. Oh. And the problem, as you mentioned, there's no Blink Stalkers, so there's no mobility here for Classic. There's no Prism either, of course, but there's no way for him to try to keep up and try to shut down these medevacs. They are safe. There's no way for Classic to just jump on this. And again, outside of GuMiho making a mistake and pushing, like, Classic is in a dire position. And yeah, he's just going for one final push. I mean, what else could he do? Does land the storm. Gets a Wooden Mine. Now from here, Classic should not push into this siege line. That should not happen. He's just going for storms. Yeah, just going for storms and gets a Viking. Gets 2 more Widow Mines. Oh, the Observer gets spotted. Observer is spotted. EMP's popping up. Oh no! Again, Classic, he should not push into this. Let's calm down, Classic, calm down. And once GuMiho has a comfortable enough ghost count, then he can push. As another High Templar falls. Yeah, he's got 4 ghosts. He's got 4 ghosts, brutal EMPs. A couple of storms do graze the army, but it does not matter. Not anymore. We can just take the storms to the face. And GG gets called. GuMiho, he does fight back. He does put a point on the board. We have a series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, GuMiho, he does fight back. Again, GuMiho, he was in a much better position when it came to the base trade. If you remember, he hit first. He did commence the base trade by striking the southern 4th base, by going in towards the 3rd as well. And again, this was just a really shaky game out of Classic. Winding up all the way back here when it came to the openers, Classic, he saw the double gas, or he assumed it was a double gas opener. He assumed that GuMiho was going for a 2-base all-in. So Classic, what did he do? He went into charge. He rushed into charge. He went into 2-base storm as well. We saw this build out of Classic on Pylon, if I recall correctly. Yeah, we saw it on Pylon. We saw it here as well. And because of that, his 3rd base was delayed. Didn't have the best setup to deal with those initial, with the 2-1-1, with the drop play as well. His army kind of fell on its face, and yeah, he did have a really rough start. Do you remember he also had a really late 4th base as well? He had a shaky defense. It was very much so a shaky game there, and it does feel like Classic just was kind of lured in, and he did kind of take the bait, did assume that GuMiho was more committed than he was initially. With that, fell behind. Then we had our back and forth base trade, and GG. GG, well played. With that, we're going into game number 4, and we'll see if our Terran player can force the ace match, or we'll see if the series does end here and now, as we are getting into Maganatha. Let's go. Go. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Maganatha, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Virtus Pro, leading the series 2-1. It is Classic. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the red Terran representing SAUL Esports. It is GuMiho. Two probes mining can make the most terrifying unit. A probe. No. In some instances, sure. Yeah, seeing a probe can be terrifying. No. I think herO, he found that out the hard way during the group stage. When you go cannon rush by Zound. Relatable, buddy, relatable. As once again, Classic does scouts, it does check his 3rd location, looking for a proxy. Meanwhile, we'll see how GuMiho does adjust. Coming into Maganatha here, this is the largest map in the map pool. GuMiho, he has been mixing in 2-1-1s. Personally, I'm not too fond of 2-1-1s in this matchup, but I mean, hey, I guess he did make it work, and Classic did not respond in a standard fashion at all in that last game. Meanwhile, economic opener. Okay, economic opener here. Single gas ranks expand out of GuMiho, and Classic confirms that GuMiho's being more economic, less tech heavy. So CC's on location. With this, Classic can respond with Greed. We could see once again 2-gate blink into a faster third. We saw this out of Classic on Tokamak. We could see it here as well. Could be a good response here to the more standard opener from our Terran player. As it can be difficult to be aggressive on Maganatha. Safety bunkers on the way to make sure that the Stalker and Adept Aggression does not delay for too long. Speaking of a Stalker first. Rallied across the map. Oh, going for a second Rax. Okay, you have my attention here. Now, I did just mention how I wasn't too fond of the idea of going for another 2-on-1. We've already seen it twice in this series. We could go from a second Rax into a factory, into starport, into 2-on-1. 2-on-1 is 2 Raxes, 1 factory, 1 starport. Otherwise, we could see this go into a third Rax and go into a 3-Rax stim timing, which is very old school. We haven't seen that in the meta since Side Delta. Okay, 2-on-1. Factory, not a third Rax. For the third time this series. Okay, sure. Why not? And again, it did work wonders last game, but big reason for that was because Classic didn't open standard. He went charge. And here we go. Blink is on the way. Standard opener out of Classic. And we're expecting 2-gate blink into a third. And that would be ideal for GuMiho as well, to get damage with the stim timing. Is if his opponent is a little bit too greedy. There's that second gateway. Do we see a third gateway, or do we see a Nexus? Stalker picking in. Will delay the economy. GuMiho checking for the third. And the Classic is expanding. Okay, so Classic is going 2-gate blink into a third base. This is, again, the greediest build you can go for. It's very economic. We saw this out of Classic on Tokamak, and it makes sense here on Maganatha, especially because GuMiho did go for an economic start. But remember, GuMiho is going for that stim timing. He's massing up Marine. Stim is on the way. Here comes a Reactor going for an add-on swap into 2 Medivacs into 16 Marines. We'll see if Classic can keep up. Now, we spoke about this earlier. The downside of this kind of build is that the factory is doing nothing but add-ons, right? The factory has been doing nothing but making add-ons. It means that the tank count is low. It means that GuMiho is going to be vulnerable to Stalker aggression and to a Stalker counterattack, as a hallucination sees everything. Yeah, it does confirm the build. Classic knows. And Classic, he's not quite in position to really punish it, just because he already went for his Nexus. If he had gone for 2 more gateways, and he's throwing them down now, then he could have punished. But now he's going for a delayed 4-gate setup. Oh, and he's hoping to catch the medevac. Okay. He's hoping to catch the medevac. But alas, GuMiho, he moves that ahead of time. SR steps in. Oh, does not get the Stalker. The medevacs. Yeah, medevacs are exposed. And can he snipe one? It's going to be close. Oh, barely not. Takes a lot of hits, takes a lot of damage. Again, if the medevacs go down, I mean, that's going to be the end of the push. Nice control here out of Classic. Drop commits across the map. And Classic, he does miss it. Uh-oh. At the same time, Classic moving in. He can get behind the mineral line. Yeah, medevacs are spotted. There's a recall. Does recall back home. And that's a lot of stalkers. Oh, God. That's a lot of stalkers. Yeah, GuMiho has to get the hell out of here. And in the end, this 2-on-1 hasn't really achieved much. You can argue like, oh, it's forcing all these stalkers, forcing this reaction. Yes, but ideally you want to get damage with this. You want to get economic damage. You want to outtrade your opponent. You want to punish the third base, and that's just not happening here. And this is why this is a build that is very rare in this matchup, just because it puts so much pressure on the Terran to achieve something with this timing. And you're often relying on the opponent to miss the scout, to be too greedy, to make mistakes. So far, Classic responding well. Colossus production behind this. Working towards Colossus. Not towards Storm. Again, this is a more standard, safer response. But he still needs a little bit more time for the Colossus. Marines, they stim in. They stim on forward. 2 more Marines going down. 3 Marines even. 4 Marines. Jesus. Gets a sword, gets 2. Not bad. Nice target firing there out of GuMiho, but he will bleed out one of the Marauders. And again, Classic just buying time. And when the first Colossus arrives, he just completely shuts us down. Like, this army does nothing against a Colossus. Scanner reveals a Colossus, and GuMiho, he backs up. He retreats. He knows he cannot touch this base. He has to pull away and take a third. Now, the scary thing here, as you mentioned before, is the tank count is very low for GuMiho. So this counterattack that Classic is preparing for can actually hit quite hard. Like, GuMiho, he is vulnerable to a counterattack. He has the one tank. He has a good amount of bio, don't get me wrong. But that's what the Colossus is for. That's what the Colossi are going to be here for. As we do see Classic waiting for a second Colossus. As GuMiho moves out, Zelsei move in, they're catching reinforcements. And here we go, GuMiho is committed. Oh, Zelsei hit the mineral line, SCV's going to be going down. Marauder gets caught. GuMiho falling apart a little bit here, he's boosting into the main. Oh, he's crazy. Does boost in, Classic racing back home. Zelsei gets 6 SCV kills and a handful of Marauders. They will deny +1, okay. +1 is denied. Cybercore could be sniped as well. And GuMiho, he's achieving some damage here. Once again, dropping into the main. This time, Classic is ready. Takes down the tank. And the drop is denied. Meanwhile, Zeltz is still alive across the map as well, denying the third base. Hello. What's happening here? What just happened? The SCV goes down. Yo, the one boy wanted to help out, wanted to be a part of it. Feels bad, man. Excuse me, he spots the 4th. Classic out of position. Base, that's a kill, not a cancel. It's gonna be a kill. Takes down the mineral line. GuMiho rallying across the map. Oh, stems in, takes out the disruptor. Classic, he does misstep. And instead going for the Zealot run by. I was curious where were the charge lots that are across the map. Prism as well. Does take down another couple of SCVs. And this time Classic is ready for the main army. Does force back GuMiho. Does force him to retreat. What I will say though, the GuMiho has done a great job here denying the 4th. The 4th base is very late for Classic. GuMiho now taking a supply lead instead. Oh. So lose 5 SCVs though. Classic, he is stabilizing. On the one hand, yes, GuMiho has denied the expansion for quite some time, but we have seen Classic instead get economic damage. He's been killing SCVs, sniping SCVs wherever he can. Oh, the full medevacs! No, he gets 1, he gets 2, he gets 3. Oh god, he gets 3 full medevacs. Ay, ay, ay. Brutal losses there for GuMiho. He plummets in supply. He was keeping up. He was keeping up. No. That brutal loss there for GuMiho. Down to 2 medevacs. And again, like he had a comparable army size, at least before that. And we see Classic getting out of hand. He gets a 4th base, now getting a 5th base as well, double expanding. GuMiho erases back home. Trying to establish another base. Getting a 2nd starport, going to mass Viking production for the Colossus. But there's only 2. Only 2 Colossi. It's mainly a disruptor heavy composition instead. A lot of Novas. Prism coming from behind. Oh, my shot goes off. My shot goes off. Prism heads towards the natural. Classic is maxed out, which means he cannot warp in, thankfully. I'll actually warp in. Ooh, takes out 2 ghosts though. 1 ghost left. And 1 ghost remaining. Prism into the main. Does have enough for a warp in. Classic a little bit trigger happy. There we go. Nova goes up. Oh my god. And will connect. Yeah, brutal connections. GuMiho does take the Novas to the face. Barely has a standing army. Takes out the Prism in the main. But does sustain some heavy losses. And Classic is still maxed out. He's still maxed out. He has map control. And Classic, he should just be trading. He should just be poking in, going for Nova after Nova, trading with the army. These are losses that Classic can afford and GuMiho cannot. As GuMiho just lost so much momentum earlier. Here come the Novas. Nova stays thrown away. Yeah, again, too many Vikings. There's only 1 Colossus. Like, the heavy Viking count is not really helping out. Oh. Knocks down the tower. Nova's coming in. Now, from here, either Classic should be trading or he should be taking, right? Into a Fleet Beacon, into Stargates, into Skytoss. Does rotate. Taking more bases. But again, ideally, Classic should be making use of this bank. He's got 7 more gates on the way, getting to +3. I believe he got a 3rd robo. Yeah, 3 robos. And now he commits. Tank will fall. Takes down the tank, going for the mineral line. Novas, they just zone the army away. And there's no saving the space. There's no saving the expansion. Vikings, sure, they get the Colossus. That's going to be 10 SCV kills. Actually taking more bases. Going for the gold. So let's go for the gold expansion. Liberators, they will deny some mining at least. Mining is denied. 9 probe kills. Classic moving in. No major connections yet, but Classic, he has the high ground. Ooh, ghosts go down. I believe that was the final ghost. Yeah, 0 ghosts. 0 ghosts left for GuMiho. No EMPs. Just being zoned away. Stuck on the low ground. They'll say peel off into the natural, catching reinforcements, and Classic can go for the planetary. Does go for it. Does go for it. Does spend all of his Novas. Has to recall the hell out of here. Classic overextends. Zelda gets, they get 18 SCV kills. The random probes. At the same time, this position has been so annoying to deal with. Making a Phoenix. Phoenix on the way. More probes going down. Classic struggling a little bit here. Losing some workers, but he's still maxed, right? He's still maxed out. The army's overstimmed. He's got a lot of freedom, true. It's a lot of liberation. Classic going from our zealot run-bys. Phoenix goes down. Has to rebuild the Phoenix. That's a massive zealot counterattack. Shouldn't be able to do much at the planetary, but does head into the natural. Not quite killing many SCVs. GuMiho does race back in time. And here comes Classic. Here comes Classic. He sees where the army is. He's pinned back at the natural. Classic trying to catch him out. And he goes for it. No siege. Yeah, gets caught on siege. Liberator's going down. GuMiho caught out of position. And here he should lose everything. Assuming the Novas connect. they're connecting well enough. Yeah, they're crazy. I mean, GG gets called. Classic will overwhelm, and Classic, he will take the series 3-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. Classic, he will claim the series. Again, GuMiho with some interesting builds. I mean, I guess that's what he's known for, right? He's known for not being the most standard player, not being the most orthodox player either. GuMiho 3 times in this series. I expect to see it once. If you remember, I said at the start of the series after game 1, I'm like, yeah, we're probably just going to see it once. We're not going to see like a 2-on-1 again. 3 times. 3 times here, and it worked once, did work once. The other times, of course, as we did mention, 2-on-1s are a rare side. They're a rare side in TVP. They put so much pressure on the Terran to get some value with his drop play, and we saw that GuMiho, he was holding his own here in game 3, right? It wasn't the build of choice that really hurt him too much. Like, he was holding his own, he was getting damage done. I was very impressed by GuMiho delaying the 4th for as long as he did. Like, GuMiho, he was looking good at the start of this, or in the first half. In the first half, he was denying the 4th base over and over again. He sniped the Forge, he got +1, he was able to achieve more damage than I assumed he would with his move out. But we saw as he was holding his own, as he was expanding, he got caught out. He lost 3 full medevacs, and as soon as that happened, bam, double expand, a mass economy here. Classic, he took full advantage, he took full map control, he shut down the drop play, and GuMiho was stuck at home. He was stuck at home, and yes, he was able to harass with some liberators here and there, but he lost any momentum that he had gathered, and TVP is a very momentum heavy kind of matchup, very momentum heavy. To lose all of that, you saw how quickly it was that, or how little time it took for Classic to mass expand, to take every base on the map, and to have a booming economy. So you make one small slip up, one small mistake, and Classic, he will take advantage of you. He will take advantage of you with that. GG, well played. Classic, he does take the 3-1, and with that, we have our grand finals ready for us. Let's go. Let us go. As we do have our finals here. Rogue took down herO 3-1, advancing on to the grand finals, and likewise, Classic just took down GuMiho 3-1 as well. Both players, they will make it through into that best of 7 grand finals, and that is going to be coming up next here on the channel after the break. Of course, we're going to take some time here. Again, Rogue, he had a very intense and very short series against herO. That was the best of 5. It went to game 4, and that was like a 20-minute series, like if that. Again, Rogue and herO, very short games. We never got a mid game. We never got into the mid game between Rogue and herO. What I will say coming into Rogue versus Classic is that Classic is a very different kind of Protoss player. He is willing to be aggressive, kind of like herO. Not as heavily though, so I do expect to see a more standard play out of Classic and more mid to late game out of Classic. I'm specifying Classic here because I feel like, once again, Rogue is going to be the player to try to dictate the pace of the game and be more aggressive, or try to embrace the macro game as well. I do feel like Classic has some of the best late game in the world, if not the best late game in the world. I mean, we saw that against herO, right, at DreamHack Dallas. Even before that, like Classic, specifically in this matchup, if he sees an opportunity, he will throw down a Stargate and a Fleet Beacon. If the game slows down, if he gets up to 4 bases, like Classic, more than most, he is willing to just immediately throw down that Fleet Beacon and start working towards Sky Toss, if you let him. So that is something that Rogue is aware of, so that's why I'm leaning towards Rogue wanting to end the game early instead. The problem with that, though, is that he's already shown off some builds. Alright, we saw a crazy build between Rogue and herO, with Rogue rushing into the ninja base on torches, for example, right, and link flooding and being able to catch herO off guard. We saw ley lines. What did Rogue do? Rogue, he cut workers at 49, I want to say. Like, he cut workers at 103 base saturation, around 49 drones, and he went for a link bane all in as well, which herO didn't scout. Like, Rogue, he cheesed the hell out of herO. But now he can't show those builds, or now it's going to be more difficult to really pull a fast one over on Classic, because Classic was watching, right? He was watching, he was observing, he was seeing the shenanigans that Rogue brought to the table against herO. So we'll see if Rogue has some other builds up his sleeve, has something different, a different approach, different builds, different style. We'll find out. We're going to be going on a short break here, and when we come back, we'll have the grand finals. We'll have that best of 7 ready for you. We'll see you soon after the break. See you soon. Bye. See you soon. and welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the grand finals. As grand finales here of the GSL, the Global StarCraft League 2025 Season 2. We are here with the finals. We had intense semis already. Honestly, some pretty fast series, to be honest. We had a lot of all-ins between Rogue and herO, well, almost nothing but all-ins, and likewise saw a lot more unique and aggressive play between GuMiho and Classic, and we'll see how our finals turn out here, Rogue and Classic. I'm really curious to see how Rogue will approach this. In my mind, Classic is going to be trying to play out a more normal standard game. I don't think there's much reason for Classic to really deviate too much from the side of Rogue, though. I mean, we saw some crazy all-ins in his matches against herO. Do we have more up our sleeve, or does he try to also go for a slower approach instead? Let's go, let's find out as we have our best of 7. We're jumping to game 1. Game 1 is going to be on Persephone. Let's go. Jumping into Persephone. Crank the Lux. Yes, PC. Let's go. As we are jumping into game number 1. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Virtus Pro. It is Classic. Here we go. As we are going to be settling in, we're going to be calming things down and jumping into our first game of the series. Now, because it's the best of 7, we will be seeing some of these otherwise vetoed maps. There's a chance that we can see Torches again. There's a chance we can see Last Fantasy as well. That's what I'm looking forward to. See some of those otherwise vetoed maps in the map pool. Until then, hatch first. It is going to be the initial hatch gas pool opener here out of Rogue. Nothing crazy, nothing too wild. Welcome on all to Persephone. Actually, for the first time this broadcast. Hey, for the first time this broadcast, we're loading into Persephone. Persephone does have a more direct rush distance across the map, a shorter rush distance by ground. Aggression is often favored here. I mean, I say that it feels like Persephone is almost like this season's Ultra Love, which is kind of weird because we also have Ultra Love as well. Maybe not as extreme, but Persephone, because of the expansion patterns on this map, because of how easy it is to just cut the map in half, just horizontally, just cut it in half and take your own halves of the map, we actually have seen quite a lot of late game. We've seen quite a lot of late game here on Persephone. So if the game slows down, if we do get up to a solid 4 or 5 base count, then we can see a split map scenario. Otherwise, we also see a lot of all-ins, right? So we have typically both extremes here. The reasoning for this is because, again, the rush distance by ground is because of this area in between the bases, between the 3rd, the 4th, and the natural. You can abuse this location. You can rotate back and forth and try to strike other areas. So again, mainly my eyes are going to be on Rogue here. Eyes are on Rogue. Someone asking in the chat, is this live? The cast is live, of course. We are casting live, but these events did occur a couple of days ago over the weekend. So we're catching up on said GSL matches. And so if our Stargate opener out of Classic does go for the Stargate, most likely into Oracle, can open Phoenix or Void Ray. To hunt down Overlords and Night Vision. That is viable, but less common. And we'll see what Classic is more concerned with. As he is zooming out across the map. Does move out, is going to be a Stargate into Oracle back at home. So it does open up Oracle. Adept does threaten the natural. So far, Lings are keeping up, and the Adept does not get anything done. Not yet. So from here, we're settling into a more standard game. Oracle into a 3rd expansion, into most likely double, even triple Oracle. Into tech. From the side of Rogue, we're looking for an early Eva Chamber. We could see early Eva Chamber into plus on melee. We could see a safety Roach Warren. Eyes appealed for that tech. Still a little bit early for that. For now, Rogue should just be keeping up the aggression. Adepta does come into the shade. Gets one. Ooh, not quite. Nice save there from Rogue. Saves the drone, saves one, but not the other, as one drone does go down. Still a better trade here for Rogue, better defense. Likewise, Oracle busts into the main. 4 drones in total. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, the spore was a couple of seconds later. The Queen was out of position, and 6 drones go down in total. Never mind, so a much better trade for Classic. Does harass, does wreak havoc. Yes, the Oracle does sustain a lot of damage, but remember the Oracle has, or is mainly used defensively back at home to keep the third base safe against these Zerglings. So the Oracle does race back, Lings are deflected. Behind this, a fast Eva chamber out of Rogue, that's what we're waiting for. Fast Eva chamber typically leads into fast +1 melee. Not always, there are definitely some builds where you can rush into +1 range instead, but we're leaning towards melee for the time being, as is a lot more common. Yeah, there it is. Melee's on the way. Melee signifies that we do want to skip roaches and we do want to go into Ling Hydra. I say want to because if you recall, in the previous series, we did see Rogue go for a Bane Nest into a Bane Bust with +1 melee. So this can technically lead into a Bane Bust, and we could still... speaking of... speaking of... Bane Nest is going to be thrown down. Okay, interesting. Now, on the one hand, this could lead into an all-in, 100%, but this time, the tech is out in the open. Like, we're not hiding anything. The Classic, he will scout that's a Bailey Nest, and this is where mind games come to play. Before I get ahead of myself there, 3 drones do get picked up. We don't quite get another. Classic is going to be zoned away, but once again, nice damage done here from Classic. Behind this, working towards +1, blink, and a gateway explosion. Now, I say mind games because, again, the last time we saw Rogue go for this kind of setup, he did go for a Bane Bust, he did go for an all-in, but Classic was also watching. So the fact that we're not hiding the tech here tells us that Rogue has no intention of really hiding anything, no intention of going for an all-in. He doesn't care if Classic sees this. He's even hoping that he sees it to try to force an overreaction and force Classic to be overly defensive. But that is a lot of Lings. That is still 20 Zerglings on the way. And we're droning. Okay, good. He's droning, he's taking gases. Lair is halfway done. And already Rogue, he's droned on more than last time. Remember, how many drones did Rogue stop at when he went for the all-in against herO? 49. He droned up to 49, and then he just went for the all-in. Here, we're droning up to 60, and we have 6 more Lings on the way. So, sorry, 6 more drones on the way. So Rogue, he is saturating. He is not going for a bust. There are a decent amount of Zerglings, that is true, but for the most part, Classic is ready. Yeah, Stasis Trap has been thrown down, a cannon's on the way, shield battery. Ooh, this shield battery here at the natural tells us that he's a little bit scared. Classic is concerned. And we can see Rogue taking up even further. Second Evo chamber, infestation bits on the way. This should be for Hive Tech, and Rogue may look to rush into Ultras. See where he takes us. We'll see if he goes into +2 melee. Baneling Nest is on the way. Baneling Speed is on the way. Interesting. I was going to say, depending on how many gases we take, we could try to unlock Spire Tech, but we are taking all gases. Here comes the Hive. For now, we're still assuming Lingbane into Ultra. Technically, this can lead into Lurker Tech as well, but so far there is no Hydroden. And there's no +1 range. Yeah, +2 melee, looks like Ultras. Now, this style that Rogue is going for is something that Dark popularized a couple of years ago. I'm thinking about the map pool with Ancient Cistern. This was like maybe 2 years ago. Like, Dark was very fond of Lingbane into Ultra, specifically in this matchup. The goal here is initially you get a lot of map control with your Lingbane. Ideally, you get some damage done, which hasn't happened yet. Classic's been doing a great job of just turtling up and fortifying himself, but you want to gain map control, you want to trade, you want to do economic damage, and then hit a timing, a strong timing with Ultras. And ideally it hits, before Sky Toss. Ideally it does catch your opponent off guard so they have a low immortal count as well. Revelation's being thrown down and does not see the Hive. Does not see the Hive, but he does spot the Lingbane. Robo's on the way, and from here we should be seeing Robo production in towards Storm, in towards Immortals. There's that Ultra Cannon that we spoke about, and again, Classic, he hasn't seen the Hive, he doesn't know. If he saw the Hive, that would have screamed Ultras, but he's not fully aware yet. Stasis Trap being thrown down, not quite connecting. Cameron's on the way. Halfway done. And classic, do you see what I see? I believe this, is that second robo? Yeah, okay. So far, so good. Second robo, this should be for double immortal production. I'm hoping at least. But ideally, you'd have Colossus or some kind of splash damage. You need something against the Ling Bane. You need either Storm or Colossus. Oh, Storm is, okay, never mind. Storm is done. I missed that, my apologies. So yeah, Storm is done. Plus on air attack, there we go, double immortal production. This tells us that he knows. He knows what's going on. He hasn't confirmed, he hasn't seen the Hive, he hasn't seen the Ultra Cavern, but upon seeing this much Ling Bane, I mean, it has to be Ultras. So good read. Ooh, does put the Drop Lords. Massive Doom Drop coming in. Yeah, Doom Drop into the main base. So one Drop Lord goes down, he gets one, he gets two. Takes down two, and he barely does not get the third, forced to recall. Drop does come back around. At the same time, Ling Bane towards the third. Where are the storms? Oh no! Oh, storms do come in time. And two Banelings do make it through. No major connections. Classic loses nothing. He's forced to morph in an Archon, but no economic damage. Defends the main and defends the third. But here we go. Rogue back into the main base. There's cannons. There's cannons to buy some time. Warp-in will complete. And Classic defends. Classic, he defends. Ideally, he should be replacing those cannons just in case, as the Drop Lords are still alive. Still up and running. High Templar, they were no morphed in. There's no more Storm. Yeah, there's no Storms. Banelings, they roll in. And this time, damage is finally done. Getting up to, seven. 7 probe kills. At the same time, Classic, he does just send everything across the map. Here come the Ultras. They come in for the surround. High Templar, they locked in. Yeah, they're locked in. They're locked down. Storms are solid, but the High Templar force them up into Archons, and the Ultras, they shut this down. They shut down the army. Again, that Ultra timing working out well. And Classic, he should not have pushed. He just gets swallowed up by the Ultras. Rogue heals ready in time, and Classic, he will lose everything. He'll lose the High Templar, the Immortals. Again, Classic, he just got too excited. Again, his win condition was just defend. Just defend and turtle up until he had enough Immortals. But he did push. He, again, just misjudged. He misjudged the game states. Wasn't aware of the timing. And with that, Classic should lose everything here. I say that. Oh, he's defending. Shuts down the Ultra. Defending against the Ultra. Oh, another High Templar goes down. Classic, he's holding. He's surviving. But again, those are expensive losses. It takes a long time to rebuild all those Immortals. Rebuild Immortals, High Templar. Rogue is already remaxing. Rogue has momentum. So Rogue doesn't kill Classic, but Rogue has a lead. Does have a lead. Does have map control, going for another link drop into the main. So we go. Dropping back in. Does drop back into the main. Going for the upgrades, going for the tech. Plus 3 is up. Oh, can he get it? Barely not. Plus 3 does survive on 15 HP. Bathing Marmite comes in. I mean, Classic has been reacting well for himself, but ooh, still 13 broke kills. And it's being pulled apart. It's being pulled apart. Bases are denied. Mineral line goes down. And all that Rogue has to do is just build up, max out on Ultras, and then push. I mean, technically, he doesn't even have to push. He could just contain, but finding damage regardless. Catches out more Stalkers. Dropping back into the main base once again. Yo, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Light SKR. Bienvenidos. As plus 3 did finish, but the Forge, both Forges go down. Denies plus 3 shields. Denies shield upgrade. We have attempted Sky Toss, but only one Tempest in production. Classic needs more time. Now there is a world, there is a chance where Classic defends on 4 bases, maxes out on Sky Toss, and then gets a 5th. There is a chance for that to happen. So Rogue, he does have to be careful. As he's throwing away some Zerglings. Greater Spires on the way. Like, thankfully, Rogue, he's still taking. Like, he's still taking up, investing into the Greater Spire, investing into 3/3 upgrades, getting the gold base as well. He's not resting on his laurels. Infestors are amassing. Working towards Neural. Neural is done. Neural is complete. Tempests are revealed. That's a lot of Immortals. How many Ultras? 8. 8 Ultras. Ultras, they're not going to do much against this heavy. I mean, look how... Oh my god. There's 8 Immortals. Sorry, 8 Ultras against 10 Immortals. Ay, ay, ay. What this comes down to, though, Neurals. Like, Fungals and Neurals here. You can Neural most of those Immortals. Turn them on a Classic. Neurals are going to be a big part in that next fight. As Classic is maxed. He's maxed out. Now we can take a 5th base. Now we can expand. We spoke about this. Like, Classic, like, all he has to do is just weather the storm, defend, fortify himself on 4 bases, take a 5th. And herO, can he handle this army? This is still close. I'll say rush forward. They encounter the Infestors. They encounter the Ultras. Classic claiming that center expansion. As we build up to 5 Tempest. And I think there's no anti-air, correct? Yeah, 0 Corruptors. 0 Corruptors. He's got 0/0 upgrades. The Spire upgrades are delayed. He did prioritize the Greater Spire instead of +1. This expansion goes down. Nice spending run by. Gets 11 probes. But Classic can still win the game with this army. Like, he can just snowball out of control. Ultra's looking to collapse in. Diving in the army. There's Cloak. Cloak is activated. Again, herO has to be patient. Let's just calm down. And take the best fight he can. Nidus into the main. Classic, he does try to respond. He's got 1 Zell to warp in. The Nidus is denied. Very close. And slowly Rogue is catching up in upgrades. We are missing the second upgrade on the Spire. So upgrades are still lackluster for Rogue. Nidus into the main. And again, Rogue's doing the correct move here. Like, he cannot fight head on. Like, he cannot fight this army right now. It's no shot. He will lose. So instead, going for run-bys, counterattacks, Nidus into the main. Just picking away at the fringe areas here, the fringe bases of Classic, while he focuses on upgrades. And that's something that's not really happening. That's a little bit concerning to me, is the lack of Corruptor upgrades. There we go. Now getting to 2-1. But these upgrades are late. So here we go, the main army, they try to engage. Bling Runby coming in once again. And it's as we mentioned here, like, the main army can't really engage with Classic, but Runbys, they take down another expansion. Yeah, Mineral Line goes down, Nidus does complete. Classic, he just wants to fight. Like, he knows he just wants to fight. The base goes down. Classic falling apart at the seams. Now moving in, does go for the Neural. Yeah, Neural here on the Archons, Fungal on the main army, going for the Microbial Shake. Interesting. As Ultras, they just melt. They just melt here against the Immortals. We spoke about the Neurals, they do hold their own, but in the end, Classic, he overwhelms. He takes down the entire army. We spoke about that Classic, he just wanted one big fight. He got it. He got the fight, he overwhelms, he shuts him down. We need Corruptors, we need Broodlords, Infestors, but Rogue, sorry, he just doesn't have that army. GG gets called, and Classic, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Classic, who was looking for that fight for the past couple of minutes, he found it. He did find it. Again, he did have the superior army. We saw that, unfortunately, Rogue, he was stuck with Mass Ultra. He was stuck with Mass Ultra. Ideally, in that position, what you want to do when you're going for these run-bys and counterattacks, you actually want to be run-buying and going for those counterattacks with Ultras, so you can throw them away. You want to trade out the ultras and replace them with corruptors, with broodlords, with vipers, with a better army. Unfortunately, he was stuck with almost like 10 plus ultras, and we saw how little they did in that fight. Like ultras, they do not scale well against a heavy immortal composition. He was trapped. We were giving a lot of focus and attention on the lack of upgrades for the corruptors, but also on top of that, the composition itself. He had to try to get out of ultras, wasn't able to pull it off. He was stuck on ultras. GG, well played. With that, a classic does take game number 1. Here we go. So getting into game 2. So on balance, poor Rogue. I mean, again, that was on Rogue. Like he was going for one-wise with Zerglings, but he had to get rid of the ultras. Had to get rid of them. Had to throw them away, and he was stuck with them. Stuck with the ultra. And here we go. We're now getting into our next game and spawning in the top right-hand corner of torches. We have the red Protoss player. We have the red Protoss himself. We have the South Green Protoss representing Virtus Pro. It is Classic. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponent. He's doing it again. We saw this against herO. We have the South Green Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. Here we go. Rogue played very well. I would say that Rogue, he was playing well up until the halfway mark. He had a really good early to mid game. Basically his first ultra timing, if you remember, when he overwhelmed Classic in the center of the map, like he was popping off, he was going for Ling runbys, Ling counterattacks. That was all nice and well, nice and good, but it's always important to remember, again, the failing there of Rogue was that he didn't tech up. He didn't respect the Skytos army that was amassing, the Immortal army that was amassing. Oh, and I'm loving this here from Rogue. Rogue with the fake out. So a couple of things. If you were here for the herO series, Rogue, he mined through the center of the map and he went for the proxy, and you can see Classic is checking. Yeah, he's looking for the proxy. It was a fake out, instead going for the other gold base on the left hand side. And Classic, he responds to the cannon rush. Ooh, overreaction. Overreaction by Classic here. Very nice mind games out of Rogue. Rogue, he fakes out the same all in he did against herO, when really it's a different kind of all in. Oof. So Classic, he does fumble here in the early game. And again, this is just a really good way to take advantage of the broadcast of the day of StarCraft. Remember, the mind games here are not coming from this series, they're coming from the previous series against herO. So really nice moves here by Rogue. As Rogue, he is again going for the double expand. Very greedy, going for both gold bases. It's crazy. But Classic, again, his tech is late. Everything is late here because of the Forge. Remember, he went for the earlier Forge. He had to cancel. That delays the Nexus. That delays the Cybercore. Everything here has been slowed down. And what is the plan for Rogue? Do we turn this into a Roach all-in? He does pull out of gas. So he pulls out of gas. He, of course, can try to go into a Ling Flood. He's going to have an abundance of minerals to work with. Classic does scout. Classic does confirm. We'll see if Rogue can sustain these bases. Like, they are so spread out. Like, imagine 2 adepts at each base. Like, on the one hand, I love that Rogue is doing something crazy. On the other hand, can he get away with it? Because here come the adepts. I say that, here come the Zerglings. Zerglings, they do slip in. Adepts have to race back home. Likewise, we're lacking SimCity here. Classic, he needs to mine. Needs those minerals. And yo, hermoso, papi. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Papi. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Enki. Hope you had a great stream earlier. Hope you had a good cast. Bienvenidos, papi. Bienvenidos. Enki. Spores are on the way. Rogue's still droning, still saturating. Lings are getting in position. And again, the pressure is on. Watch this thing goes. Oh. Gracias, man. Shout out to Enki, of course. Enki, our lovely Spanish caster, did, I believe, already cover the GSL in Spanish. But thank you. That's from here. Rogue just shutting out those tumors. We do see a Classic trying to find a way in, trying to find a way to punish. Rogue going to +1 melee. I would imagine setting up another Bane Bust. I would imagine that's the plan here, the goal for Rogue. As melee is going to be on the horizon. Classic still looking for a way in. He's trying to be active. Yep, going into Glaives. Makes the most sense. No Forge, no +1. Rushing into Glaive Adepts. But there are still so many Zerglings already out on the map here. Rogue taking full advantage of that gold. Let's take advantage. Shades towards the main. Interesting setting up stasis traps of all things. They're getting baited out. And Rogue commits. Heading towards the Adepts. A couple of drones are going down, but remember, we have 2 gold bases. Losing 2 drones means nothing. Rogue can't sustain those losses. Sorry, Rogue can't sustain those losses. Losing only 2 workers. And from here, we're going for the Bane Bust. Yeah, we're just rushing into the Bane Bust. Roki's going all in. And the problem here is that Classic is being aggressive against a player that's also being aggressive as well. Like, we're going for a massive Glaive Adepts. Classic, he cannot move out. If he does, he's going to get surrounded. And here come the Banelings. 6 Banelings morphing in. And this is going to be a tough hold. Remember, 0 shield batteries, no sentries, no force fields. Just purely Glaive Adept. Classic is not really concerned with what Rogue is doing. He just wants to punish. But it's too late. It does feel too late for this. Shades across the map. Rogue ready for this round. Collapsing in the army. And he will shut this down. Here the Oracles do what they can. Massive connections. Bailey's they crash in. They shut down the Adepts. And Classic will lose everything. All the Adepts go down. Classic stuck on 2 bases. I mean, Adepts, they don't really scale well into a longer game. The best he can hope for here is a 2 base all in. It's the best he can hope for. It's Rogue working towards the lair. Roach Horn's on the way. He's now aware of Glaives. Heading into Roach production. We'll need some gases. And there's no pressure on Rogue. Like, Rogue, he doesn't have to break the natural. We're good. We're good to go. We can just back up. We can drone up. We can saturate. Head into Roach production. Head into Mutaplay. Whatever Rogue wants. All that Rogue needs to do is deny the third. Just deny the third base time and time again. Make sure the Classic doesn't expand. He does abandon the gold. Does abandon. Roaches are building up. At the same time, full wall here at the natural. Classic is secure. And Rogue is still not joining. This is a little bit concerning to me, at least. Rogue, he's cutting workers at 39. He's not joining up whatsoever. He just wants to send it back. He's crazy. Now, because Rogue is intentionally staying on a low drone count, this is giving Classic a chance. Like, Classic, he can maintain himself. He has a comparable economy. Rogue still has a superior economy with the gold base, don't get me wrong. But the lead isn't as large as it once was. Now, thankfully, Rogue is taking into Roaches. He will have an army against this, but this is getting close. It's getting close, getting clutch. Overlord goes down. Classic, he secures his third base. If you recall, this was a win condition for Rogue to deny the third. He didn't. Did not deny the expansion. Classic rotating over towards the other gold. So let's rotate. Lings are coming from behind. Nice force fields. It zones away the Zerglings. Ravagers are a little bit late. Oh yeah, mishandled attack here from Rogue. The stasis traps, they shut him down. And Classic is overwhelming. Wow, Classic, he's doing it. Takes down the Ravagers, takes down the Zerglings. Again, the stasis traps are brutal. And herO keeps losing everything. He's losing everything here, trying to make a stand. Roaches are falling. Oh, more lanes coming in. Okay, comes in for the surround. And with that, he holds. Whew, oh my god. He does barely hold on. At the same time, it Epster across the map. 21 drone kills. I was curious, where were the reinforcements? What's going on? They're across the map. They were across the map instead. They could have been there to maintain the army of Classic, but instead they wreak havoc. 23 workers going down. And Rogue, at one point, he had the economic lead, had a massive economic lead over Classic. Not anymore. Not anymore. Not like this. Headups are cleaned up. And Classic has a massive lead here. 53 probes to 19 drones. And the gold base is mining out. There's barely anything here. Barely anything left. And this is reminding me of that last game where Rogue, he had a stronger start. He had a stronger early and mid game. But as the game progressed, again, I was shocked to see that Rogue wasn't droning. Like, he didn't drone, he didn't saturate. He himself forced himself all in. And with that, he gets outscaled. He just gets outscaled by Classic. You know, slow and steady. Classic just calming down, defending on 2 bases, getting a 3rd before breaking out. Again, very similar to the previous game. And with that, GG gets called. Classic, he shuts down the all-in, and Classic will take a 2-0 lead. GG. That was crazy. GG, well played. Once again, Rogue, he popped up. He was able to get both gold bases. He was able to mass up Ling Bane. He shot down and punished the Glavid Eps. It was good, it was solid. And what did he do after that? He got a Roach Warren, and he didn't drone. He did not drone. He did not take an economic lead. Remember, he was containing his opponent to 2 bases. There was no need to invest into more Zerglings or more Roaches at the time. What was needed there was to focus on the economy, to take advantage of the map control, and to then overwhelm and to outscale the Protoss. Instead, he cut workers early. He stayed on a very low drone count, and again, he forced himself all in. And once Rogue lost the goal base on the right-hand side, Classic, he took the economic advantage. Which again, should not have happened, but again, Rogue just wasn't really macroing up from there. He himself was committed. GG. GG, well played. With that, congratulations. Classic does take a 2-0 lead, and now we are getting into game number 3. Going to be loading into Incorporeal. Oh boy. And we were curious about Rogue's approach coming into this series. We did make some assumptions after the herO match, right? Rogue, he was hyper aggressive and hyper all-in against herO. That is continuing here as well. Again, I love the build of choice. So far, the early and mid game has been in favor of Rogue, both in game 1 and game 2. But as the game goes longer, as the game slows down, that is where the Protoss gets comfortable. That's where they're in their element. And we'll see if Rogue can adjust. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Incorporeal, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Blue Zerg representing Team Falcons down in the series. He has to fight back. He has to start that comeback. It is Rogue. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Red Protoss player representing Virtus Pro, leading the series 2-0. It is Classic. We go, and welcome one and all to one of the larger maps in the map pool. Not as large as Maganatha and not as defensive as Tokamak, but a large map nonetheless. Russia's Spy Ground is longer here on Incorporeal, and we'll see if that impacts and influences the builds of our 2 players. So far, Rogue, he's been going for a very Ling heavy style. Both in game 1 and in game 2, he's been going into mass Ling Bane. Game 1 led into Ultras, game 2 into Ling Bane into Roaches. We'll see if that continues here. I would hope not. I mean, it's one of those things where the map is larger, so it takes longer to get across the map, so that does favor the defending player. At the same time, these bases are a little bit more spread out. The 3rd base, the 4th base, they are more spread out. They're a little bit more open as well, so you can find some angles of attack. My eyes are mainly on Rogue. Gotta be on the Zerg player. Back at home, standard opener out of Classic. As Rogue is forced to take the unnatural natural. And we'll see where this takes us. Now, by no means do I expect Rogue to play Ling Bane every game. It's just the trend that we've seen so far, the trend that we've noticed. We saw a little bit of it against herO as well. But I do feel like Rogue, typically his strength is, outside of aggressive builds, is to go into Ling, into faster Hydras, in towards Lurker Tech, in towards Mass Nidus. the problem there, as we mentioned at the start of the series, is I do favor Classic in a longer game. We've seen that so far already. If he can get up to 4 bases, I mean, Classic, he can look unstoppable. We even saw several struggle against Classic at DreamHack Dallas as well, in that kind of game state. So I'm sure Rogue wants to avoid that as much as possible. That's why he's been so aggressive. He wants to kill Classic early. But Classic, he refuses to die, Pappy. Oh. Just refuses to go down. Meanwhile, Stargate. Stargate open out of Classic, working towards his initial, I would imagine, Oracle. Adept does shade in. Oh god. As you mess with the Classic, you get the chin, Pappy. Oh no. Not like this. As for now, going to be settling in. We do have a Link Scout into the main. Is going to be the initial Stargate opener into Oracle. Gets spotted, gets confirmed. Rogue is at least aware of what's coming his way. As we settle into our game. So Oracle does move out. Behind this, Spores in production. We have the 1 queen in the main base, soon to be 2, just in time. And Rogue, he shouldn't sustain many losses here. He should be able to hold his own. Once again, fast Evo Chamber. Once again, +1 melee. Oh boy. So every game... Oh my god, as Classic overextends. Massive loss. Classic slipping up here. Again, he was inattentive. He was focusing elsewhere. Was distracted. And with that, Rogue kicks things off with a lead. So stronger start for Rogue. Classic, he did see the hidden tech. He did spot the Evo Chamber, so he's somewhat aware of what's going on. Once again, 3 games in a row, fast +1 melee. Every game so far. Now, typically, +1 melee leads into Ling Hydra. Typically, this means we want to skip Roaches, and that has been the case so far, but every game in this series, Rogue has been going into Ling Bane, into some Ling Bane heavy aggression. So we'll see if he does get the Bailey Nest once again. Now without that Oracle, that does mean that Classic's bases are more exposed. It means now there's less scouting information or scouting potential. Just a really rough start here for Classic. And there it is once again. Bailey Nest hidden behind the main. We're going for the bust. We're going for the bust. Every game so far without fail. Ling Bane out of Rogue. Oracle is denied. No, another Oracle goes down. And what's terrifying about what's happening here is that Oracles, they're not just built for scouting, they're built for defense. If they were up against a Ling Bane or Lin, then they can focus on Lings, focus on Banelings. Oracles are amazing defensively against Ling Bane. But now there's only one. Now there's only one Oracle left. And Classic going into +1 and Blink is going to be vulnerable, is going to be exposed. Classic is in trouble. He's in danger and he doesn't know it. Lings to get the surround. But if they do shade in towards the natural, they don't commit. And Classic is not ready. He's not ready here. Massing up more Zerglings. We have another Gas Geyser on the way. Rogue is on 51 drones. And he should not... Yeah, he should not drone. He should not drone any further from here. 18 more Zerglings going for the bust. And here comes the all-in. Here come the Banelings. 12 Banelings on the way. And Classic, he sees nothing. He knows nothing. His natural's exposed. He's getting 1 cannon. He has 1 shield battery. He's not ready for an all-in. He expects nothing. No stasis traps either. We need some kind of defensive setup here. And here comes a bust. Headed towards the 3rd. Storm is not ready. And these probes, they should not escape. Trying to recall back. The Banelings do get choked up. Oh god, no! He recalls on top of the army. Yeah, and with that, the middle line goes down. Lings are overwhelmed. They take down 19 probes, 19 workers. They collapse on the Stalkers as well. Lings, they bust into the natural. And Classic caught with his pants down. Again, Rogue, he's been playing Ling Bane every game so far in this series. And this time he commits into the all-in. And this time he breaks through. He breaks through. Classic losing that first Oracle. I mean, that could have been the sign. That could have been the trigger point here for Rogue. Without those Oracles, there's that much less to defend. And Rogue, he's done it. He's done it. He has broken the 3rd. collapsing on the Stalkers. That one Oracle doing what they can. And again, this one Oracle could be 3. There could be 3 Oracles in the sky. And that could have shut this down completely. Or at least scouted. I mean, that... Hi. As with that, the third has been broken, and with that, Rogue, he is doing what? Droning. Something that he failed to do last game after he took a lead was to drone and to saturate. This time, he's droning up. Let's go. He's droning up. He's taking as well. Plus on range on the way. Hydroden's on the way as well. This time, Rogue, he is playing secure. Just in case Classic were to retake the base, Rogue, he's going to be ready for it. Rogue, he's droning up, and he's taking up as well. Ensuring that he does not lose his lead this time. So I do appreciate that Rogue, he's adapting over the course of this series. That's been his greatest failing so far in the first 2 games, was after he would do a critical damage, he would just commit and he would be stuck with either a subpar army or a worse economy. And eventually Classic would recover. But not this time. And this time droning up to 71. Hydras are building up. From here we can see an infestation bit into Hive Tech. We can take another expansion, drone up a little bit further. Rogue can do what he wants. Do what he wants from here. Now he's choosing to go for his own timing attack. He's waiting for his upgrades. +1. We have Hydra speed on the way. He's massing up Hydras. Rogue, he's choosing not to drone and choosing not to take up into Hive. But in this kind of game set, I think it's okay. It's okay. He's going for the kill. There are some High Templar. There are some Storms. Uh-oh. So there is potential for a defense here, but again, there's only 4 Storms. Storms are good. They're not that good, as we have a Swarm coming. The Storm is here, coming from behind. Stage Trap goes off. Storm of the Hydras. There's 1, 2, 3 Storms, and that's going to be the final Storm. And there's nothing left. There's nothing left here. Just Stalkers. And Rogue, he has done it. GG gets called. He does fight back. He does put a point on the board. Let's go. GG. Rogue, he does put a point on the board here. Again, every game so far, it's been Ling Bane out of Rogue. Some builds a little bit more committed than others, of course. But what was different here coming into Incorporeal was lack of scouting. And Classic, he lost 2 Oracles at the start of the game. That was brutal. That was almost game ending. That meant that there was less scouting and of course less defense back at home, less potential to scout the lack of workers, the army moving out across the map, the morphing in banelings, no stasis traps, no pulsar beams, no nothing. GG. GG, well played with that. Rogue, he does punish, he does overwhelm, and the comeback has begun as we load into Pylon for game number 4. Let's go. Let us go. Going to be loading into our next game. Going to be loading into Pylon. And we'll see if Rogue can tie things up, or we'll see if Classic can force match point. Let's go. We'll see if we can bring to match point. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Pylon, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Blue Zerg representing Team Falcons. Fighting back. Momentum is on his side. It is Rogue. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss representing Virtus Pro. It is Classic. Here we go. So we are going to be settling in and calming things down. Classic opening up with that block, with the hatch block, or pylon block even. We'll force the unnatural out of Rogue. And welcome to Pylon. Pylon being one of the smallest maps in the map pool, of very short rush distance by ground. All-ins are favorite here on Pylon. We have seen many a German taxi here on Pylon, and Rogue has been hyper aggressive this entire broadcast, both against Classic and against herO. Now it's been mainly off of Actually, you know, he did all-in herO. He did German Taxi herO on Tokamak. True. I was going to say it's mainly been off of Ling Bane and Ling Aggression, but he did go for the German Taxi against herO on Tokamak as well. So he does have it within himself to go for that kind of build, and we have seen that have a lot of success on this map. The reason for this isn't just the short rush distance, but on top of that, the bases are quite exposed. Depending on which base is taken, whether it's the linear third base or the triangular third base, it's a little more open, a little more accessible. Likewise, there's also this area in between the bases that you can also divert into. And again, the rush distance by ground is very direct. Unlike on other maps, there's no ramp, right? There's no ramp here protecting this triangular third base. Likewise, the ramp here on the left-hand side, I mean, there's multiple entrances. Towards the left, towards the center, and towards the right-hand side as well. So we'll see how aggressive our players plan on being. I'm leaning towards Rogue with something roach heavy, but we'll see. Shall see. I know that Rogue has been going +1 melee every game so far in the series, but I would imagine he's going to calm down on that at this point. But I could just do it again. We can just go for another Bane bust. True. Just send it. Meanwhile, Stargate opener out of Classic. I don't really expect Classic to deviate too much. Like every game, Stargate opener into a third base, into Blink is what we expect. No one expects +1 Ling Bane 3 times in a row. True. I mean, this would be 4 times in a row. Like bro, he's done it 3 games already. Time to do it 4 games. Gimch. As we do have the initial Oracle opener. Adapter does threaten a shade. And likewise, still a little bit too early here to commit into anything too crazy, so we're just droning, just saturating, keeping on with each other. No spores on the way yet. The Oracle's moving out. Spores just now being thrown down. Again, here comes Classic. And hopefully this time we don't leave the Oracle idle. Like, it was just a brutal start last game for Classic to lose that first Oracle. It was brutal. Now dipping in. Is more attentive. No spore in position, getting 2 drones so far. Not bad. 2 drones, and this time does back off. And there it is. Fast Evo Chamber into +1 melee. We're doing it again. So rushing into +1 melee, now that means that there's a high chance that once again, no roaches. We have yet to see, I was going to say we haven't seen any roaches yet this series. We did see them on torches, true, but that was after the fact. Rushing into melee, Spore's not done. Drone's going to be going down, getting 3, 4, up to 5 drone kills. 5 drones go down, let's say shade into the bases, and the Rogue, he's being pulled apart, he's out of position. 5 workers going down. Now Classic is yet to confirm what's going on. Shade's out of the main. He has not seen the main base. He has not seen the tech. As we have Classic working towards +1, and I would imagine Blink. The tech is ready. Getting into the mid game. There we go. +1 and Blink on the horizon here for Classic. Now, from the side of Rogue, just because it's +1 melee doesn't mean it has to be Ling Bane. We've seen nothing but Ling Bane this entire series, that is true, but this could just be +1 melee into a fast lair into Ling Hydra. Okay, this is a little more standard here. As you can see, gases are being taken. This time there's no Bailey Nest, there's no Roach Warren, it's Ling into Hydra. This is more macro oriented. The goal here is to cut corners, preserve all your gas, as all these gases are being taken to go into mass Hydra. Now this can turn into a 3-base all-in with a Hydra timing, or we can tech even further into lurkers. So Rogue has options. Now technically this could be Muta, this could be Aspire, but that is so risky to pull off without roaches. So we're just expecting Hydras here. I'd have to say bust into the natural. Lings are ready, Lings will shut this down. Despite that, 4 drones do fall. Checking the vision, we haven't seen much yet. The lair was spotted. Classic should be aware. He should know. Now, in Classic's mind, upon seeing the lair timing, he knows it's either... I mean, there's three possibilities. It could be fast Hydras, which is what it is. It could be a fast Spire, or it could be technically Infestation Bit into Swarm Host. So Classic has to piece it all together. Oh no! Ooh, Ling's ready to flood in. Classic out of position. Not a whole position here. The wall is open. herO! Not like this, as probes are going to be going down, and this should not have happened. Yeah, Ling's a bust in. herO, you're out of the tournament. What are you doing? What are you... Aye. As Ling's a pick off a couple of probes, a couple of stalkers as well. Nothing major, but he does cause chaos, does wreak havoc. Does force Classic back home. Does force him back. Storm is on the way. Hydras are amassing. Classic, he has yet to determine exactly what's going on. As we mentioned, there could be Mutas, could be Spire. Going for the nest. Classic, he has to move out. He has to get a read on what kind of tech there is. Something we saw in Persephone was Ling Bane into Ultras. True. Could also be a possibility.
Research complete.
As he spots Hydra, okay, he knows. Now he knows, gets a revelation, confirms it is going to be Ling into Hydra. Confirms that Rogue is cutting corners and rushing into Hydra tech. Now again, from here, we're droning up to 78. This tells us that we do intend to max out, we intend to macro, and I'm expecting an Infestation Bit soon. But now just hyperfix it on Ling Bane Hydra. Bathing Nest is done, Bathing Speed is on the way. He's settling in. Now, the strength of Ling Hydra really does come pre-Storm, right? Like, before Storm comes into play, before any kind of major splash damage, this army can overwhelm. I say that, Storm is done, right? Storm is complete here for Classic. He has some High Templar, but the army's still quite small. Like, there's still a window in time where Rogue can pop up, and do you see what I see? I see more Zerglings on the way, and I still don't see any tech. There's no pit, there's no lurker den, there's nothing else here. This is looking very dedicated on lair tech. Very dedicated. And Rogue, he will soon just commit. He will soon just rally everything across the map. And Classic, he should not be active here. Yeah, Rogue is going all in. He's going all in instead. It's going to be a lair-based all in. No hive, no lurker den, no further upgrades, no further tech. It's just pure Ling Bane Hydra. Classic needs to turtle up back at home. We have some stasis traps, but we don't really have enough to defend. Not at the third, not at the fourth. And again, Classic, he should not be active on the map. Not like this. He gets spotted. Oh. Time he gets spotted. Rogue, he responds. And again, Rogue, he's maxed. He's maxing out here. On Ling Bane Hydra. Bailey's rolling in. Third base is exposed. Classic, he does not turn around. Oh! And Bailey's a bust in. Yeah, probe's gonna be going down. Brutal connections. 7 probe kills. Classic, he just commits across the map instead. And he's gonna run into a wall of Ling Bane. And Classic, he will lose his 4th. Does go for the hatchery. Storms, they try to zone. Yeah, Rogue forcing out so many storms already. And Classic, he doesn't really achieve much with this. Sure, he killed an expansion, but there's plenty where that came from. There's plenty of bases, plenty of expansions. And Rogue is still all in. Still committing. And he breaks through. He just breaks through the expansion. Again, there's no saving this. And Classic just cannot stand his... He can't hold his own. Not against this kind of army. Not without more Immortals, more Colossus, Force Fields. Force Field would be ideal. There's no Ravagers. Storms, I mean, they're trading well for themselves, but we're running out of storms. And Classic is running out. And Rogue, he's just going for it. He's just going for the kill. Sounds right, the Bailing's in. Not the best connections, but oh god. High Templar, they take a Bailing to the face. And now there's 3 left. There's 3 left. Down to 3. Down to 2. Down to none. The High Templar are going to be going down. And Rogue is done. He has broken Classic. Again, Classic with the misread, didn't realize how committed Rogue was. GG gets called, and Rogue, he will take a 2-0, or he will take a game. He will tie things up 2-2. GG. Whew. GG, well played, Rogue. He does tie things up. Again, Rogue, he did go for a massive lair-based all-in. It sounds weird to say all-in in this kind of game state just because there was a high drone count. That is true, but he was all-in. There was no further tech. Essentially, if Classic had realized what was happening, and if he had just turtled up and defended back at home, he would have deflected the initial wave, the initial push, and then he just would have outscaled. He just would have outscaled his opponent because there was no hive, no lurkers, there was nothing to do with Skytoss, for example, or a heavy robo composition. If Classic was more defensive, would have been more successful, but he didn't realize what was happening, and he pushed out. He moved out across the map, and that's exactly what Rogue wanted. He wanted Classic to be active on the map instead, and he lost everything. Lost everything as a result. GG, well played. With that, we're tied up. We're going to game 5. We're going to game 5 here, going into our, in a sense, tiebreaker match to determine who will take a lead in this series. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Leylines, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Blue Zerg representing Team Falcons. Tying things up 2-2, bringing us back from the brink, and momentum is still in his favor. It is Rogue. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Protoss player, the Red Protoss player himself, representing Twisted Minds. Oh, sorry, representing Virtus Pro. My apologies. It is Classic. No longer Twisted Minds. Here we go. And it shows just how important, how imperative scouting is here. And Classic, he's been taking a lot for granted, to be honest. Like, he's been having some later scouts, some later realizations on what's been happening. He has been playing blind more often than not. And against Rogue, that's where he excels. That's where he thrives. So we'll see if Classic can tighten things up. See if we can get a better read on what Rogue is up to. Four times you see it coming. 3 times is the sweet spot. Ah, Rogue begs to differ. Do we open up plus on melee again? Now, to be fair, like, there was a different follow-up this time. Again, it was plus on melee into Ling Hydra, into Banelings, into just maxing out on Lair Tech, right? It was a different kind of follow-up here from Rogue, but completely unscouted. Completely unscouted. Classic had no idea what Rogue was doing. He just assumed that Rogue was teching. Like, if Rogue was going into a Lurker Tech, for example, if he was droning as well and getting into Hive, then Classic pushing out was the correct thing to do. To, like, poke in, to try to punish the lurkers, to trade with the army. Wasn't expecting a sea of Ling Bane. The Swarm. And we'll see if Classic is going to be more attentive to his scouting. Now going for a Stargate opener into Oracles. And Classic needs to be more active than he has been against Rogue. And even herO struggled, right? Like, herO, he also had a hard time at reading what Rogue was up to. I've said for a while now that when it comes to the Korean Zerg scene, we haven't really seen anyone rise up and take Dark's place yet. Like, Dark, he is actually, well, he used to play quite similarly to Rogue when it comes to his play style, maybe not his build specifically. Dark, he was a lot more roach heavy, but he would love to mix in German taxis, Nidus all-ins, Queen walks across the map, even just Ling floods as well, even rushing into ultras. Like, Dark was very diverse in his play. I would say still more diverse than what Rogue has shown so far. Like, Rogue has been, I mean, he's been avoiding roaches like the entire series, but despite that, has been very difficult to read. Like, that, I will say, is kind of in line with how Dark used to approach things, which is really cool to see. Like Roki's rising to the challenge. As the Oracle does sit fast. So far, Queens are keeping up. They zone the Oracle away. They zone him back. Yo, meanwhile, a big shout out to Delphus in the chat. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Had a great ladder session, I'm assuming. Hope you had a great time, and welcome. Welcome to our coverage of GSL Season 2. We're here in the finals at Best of 7. Best of 7 grand finals here between Classic and Rogue. We're mid-series. Once again, fast Evo Chamber. Once again, +1 melee. +1 melee out of Rogue. Now, based on what we saw last time, this doesn't have to be for a Ling Bane or Lin. This can lead into, of course, a heavy Ling count into Ultras, into Hydras. Oracle does confirm. So this time Classic, he's aware of the opener. He's aware of the tech. Ooh, this time safety Roach Warren. Okay. We see as soon as Rogue gets scouted, he finally throws down a Roach Warren. Let's go. The Oracles, they will confirm. Thankfully, Classic is going into Blink. That is not normal. It's a Bane bust. Okay, couple of things here as we get into this game. When it comes to rushing into +1 melee, this is typically designed to skip Roaches. To skip Roaches, going to Ling Hydra, which is what we saw last game. Here, we have a safety Roach one. It's like, okay, so we're going to safety Roaches. This will keep him safe. This will keep Classic safe, sorry, Rogue safe against Charge and against Glaive Adepts. What do we see? Baneling Nest. Usually it's one or the other, it's never both. So this is hidden, which means Rogue is going for an all-in, he's going for a Bane Bust. He's going for the Bane Bust here, as there's no other reason to have a Baneling Nest in this position, unless we're busting, unless we're going all-in. So Rogue, he's doing it again. But this time it's hidden, right? This time it is hidden quite well, hidden quite nicely. Basically, the Roach Warren is a fake out. It's a fake Roach Warren. And Classic back at home is working towards Storm. +1 and Blink. He is being somewhat active with the Oracles, but he has yet to confirm the all-in. Once he does, he can throw down a wall of shield batteries. But Classic, he has to confirm. Here come the Banelings. Yeah, 18 Banelings morphing in. That's a lot of Banelings. And again, Rogue cuts workers at 58. 58. Cuts workers under 3-base saturation. The Lings that kept back at home, the revealed Lings, and here comes the bust. Bust is rolling in. Storm is not ready. Yeah, Storm is just barely not done. Lings, they collapse on the Stalkers. Blink isn't done either. Oh no! And Probes, they barely do get away. Just barely. Whew. So nice save. Nice reaction here from Classic, but the base should still go down. I say that Oracles, they race back home. And the army is broken. But so far, the wall is solid. The natural is safe. And Classic, can he survive here? And the Oracles, they're putting in a lot of work. They shut down the Zerglings, and Classic holds. Whew. Now, he did lose a lot. He lost 2 Archons, 5 Stalkers, 3 Adepts, but he does save the base. And Rogue, he's still rallying. He's still rallying across the map. There we go. Now we have 10 drones in production. +1 range is on the way. Ooh, Rogue, he's transitioning out of this. And this had to end the game. This had to kill Classic. Classic is not dead. He's not dead. He's throwing down more stack defense, more cannons, shield batteries. Classic is holding. Classic, he is holding on. He's surviving. He saved enough probes. Oh. And all these Zerglings could have been drones. These could have been workers. This could have been further tech, getting into the Hydra Den, getting into another expansion. Faster even. And Rogue is falling behind. He did damage, so he's still in this, for sure. But, King Classic, he survived. Now working towards +2. And securing himself. Oracles, they do barely not get a queen. Oh. Queen does survive. Stasis goes off on 1 drone. Nice reaction there by Rogue. Rogue, he defends, he keeps up. And he's still trying to achieve some damage with these Zerglings. And then Classic doing what he does best. He shouldn't push. Like Classic, he should not move out. It's all about defending. Defending, securing himself. For all he knows, it could be another all-in coming. He has to respect the army here of Rogue. And we can see that rogue, he's still not fully droning up. This is actually looking quite similar to last game. Looking similar to the game that we had on Pylon, where rogue, he's on lair tech, but he's focusing on purely Lingbane Hydra. Revelation does get eyes on the lair. No hive. No hive. More hydras amassing. And rogue is maxing out. He is maxing out. This is the same kind of style that we saw out of rogue on Pylon. He's going for a lair all in. Oh, never mind. He's taking up. He's transitioning. Okay, here we go. We have the infestation, but we have 8 drones on the way. He's building up towards a longer game. Thank God. So rogue, he does pivot away from the all-in. Now he's taking. Now this tech is late. I will say that. Late infestation bit, late droning, but he is still pulling it off. Like, he's still at least droning up. He's still taking. And his goal here should be lurkers and hive tech. Now, what I will say, because rogue, because he fixated on building up this army, and because he made so much Lingbane Hydra, it does mean that rogue is in a worse position. It means that, again, his tech is late, his upgrade is going to be late. He is stuck with this army, and Classic is building up a more efficient force. And in the end, investing into this army didn't really do anything. It really hurts rogue more than helping. And now we have Skytos. Skytos is on the way. Classic just securing himself. rogue still trying to commit in. Got some zoning storms. No major connections. Getting in some of the Archons, not bad. And rogue, he takes down 1, takes down 2 Archons. Forces back the army. Where are the storms? Yeah, Classic was just a little bit too trigger happy with those storms earlier. Takes down the Lingbane. Trying to hold on. And does survive. Does hold, does survive. rogue, he bled out to a lot of Lingbane there. Did preserve the Hydras, true. But he didn't get the expansion. Didn't get the Nexus. Nexus does survive. Workers as well. That was a better defense here for Classic. And if you remember, I was praising rogue. I was like, oh, he's droning, he's teching. He's not. he's not teching. He has the infestation, but where's the Hive? Where's the Lurker Den? Where's the Spire? He's not taking up. He's just doubling down. He's doubling down, making another wave of Lingbane Hydra, and he wants to just go for the kill. He's going for the kill, going for the throat. But the longer this game goes on, the better it is for Classic. It's the first storm. Remember, Skytos is on the way. He has that fleet beacon. Banelings are rolling in. Classic does pull away in time. Nice reaction. Very nice reaction. Classic not losing anything. Zealots into the main base. Hive has begun. But this is a late Hive. It's a 12-minute Hive. Aye, aye, aye. Late Hive. Still no Spire. Still no Lurker Den. Wait for an extra warp in. Oh. There's still no further tech. And Classic is about to max out. Like, the scary thing here is that Classic is maxing out with a superior army. Here comes the mothership. Now, thankfully for rogue, Classic isn't getting any Tempests or carriers. Otherwise, rogue will be in so much trouble. Because it's still a very ground-centric army, it does mean that rogue has a chance. Rogue, it's still not ideal, but he does have a chance with his Lingbane. Rogue could still take a fight, or at least harass and trade. But I'm still very concerned here facing up against this army without lurkers. Like, no lurkers, no ultras, no broodlords, no nothing. Going for a split push instead. Classic trying to split up. He should notice the army is missing. Some Banelings rolling in. And looks like we will deny the 5th. Yeah, 5th is cancelled. Classic out of position, did misread. And what's the answer? Spire. Okay, so we're skipping Lurkers, we're skipping Ultras, we're going straight for the Spire instead. Now, the downside here is that, like, the Spire and the Corruptors are important when it comes to dealing with Skytoss, but the ground army is also quite lacking for Rogue. He does need some ground support. If the goal for Rogue is to rush into Broodlords, like, it's a ways away. Like, he needs something here and now. That's typically why Lurkers are ideal as a more natural transition to make these Hydras more useful. To be able to have some kind of army against this. Like, this is a death bull of an army here. Like, Hydras, they melt against this so quick. Oh, no. and Classic is maxed. We spoke about it. The longer this game went on, the better it was for Classic. Classic is maxed out, and Rogue, he's being left behind. He's being left behind here. He's stuck with 2-2 Lingbane Hydra. Oh, no. That's a lot of Archons, a lot of Immortals, a lot of Storms. And here comes Classic. We've seen this before. Lingbane trying to crash in, runs into a wall of Archons. The Lingbane does nothing. Stasis going up. Now Classic has to make sure he holds onto those Storms. Oof. Yeah, massive Storms to Lingbane. High Templar exposed. And Bailings, they are being shut down. And there's nothing left. There's nothing left here. The Lingbane just evaporates. And Classic is snowballing out of control. He supply blocks Rogue. Overlords are going down. And again, Rogue, he was just stuck on Lair Tech. He was just stuck on Lair Tech, stuck all in. We were giving praise like 5 minutes ago. It's like, oh, he's getting an Infestation Pit, but he never got a Hive, or his Hive was incredibly late, incredibly delayed, never teched into Lurkers, never teched out of this. Oh. Catching out a High Templar. Classic, he pulls away. Building up more Immortals. He can still go back into more Tempest, to more Carrier. Carriers that have their place here, just because there's no Corruptors. Slow and steady. Now, the one thing that I will say in regards to Classic is that this 5th base is late due to the creep. Because of the creep, because of the drop of Lords, the 5th base is delayed. So that is the one saving grace here for Rogue. Late expansion, late setup. Oh, but the SimCity is brutal. As the Lingbane cannot engage. Classic makes his stand. And Rogue has just been bashing his head against the brick wall that is Classic. I feel like this series Classic is doing his best Showtime impression. Yo, we were talking about, you know, someone taking the mantle of Dark, you know, in his absence. In his retirement. Yo, has Classic picked up the shield? Do we finally have someone worthy? Can he lift the shield of Ire, Papi? Oh my god. True. I mean, again, he has been like the defender for the most part of this series. He's been stuck at home, weathering the storm, until eventually maxing out and pushing. Stats, is that you? He's picked up the Shield of Ire. Ah. As Rogue, he still hasn't teched, right? He still doesn't really have anything else behind this. Both armies are maxing out, but the soup does lie. We didn't get to say that earlier, but yes, the soup does lie. One army supply is greater than the other, even if both armies are maxed. The quality is just in favor of Classic. Now, if Rogue can get a surround, true, like if he can somehow surround this army, come in from behind, and collapse on top of the High Templar, then there's a chance. There's a chance here for Rogue. But that would be his only way to engage here, and this position is brutal. Just one choke point. Rogue should not push into this. The last thing he wants to do is push in, and meanwhile they'll drop into the main. Rogue, he responds. Rallying back in. Rogue waiting for the armor to expose itself. Okay, now it's time to collapse in. Get Ling Bane from behind. Storms on the Ling Bane. At Templar they pull away, and he just annihilates the army. GG gets called. Classic, he shuts Rogue down, and Classic takes a 3-2 lead. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Again, this was a very similar game to what we saw on Persephone. Persephone was game 1, if you recall, where we saw our Zerg player just take map control, take full map control, mass expand, but he was stuck on Ultra Tech. Here, similar story, where Rogue had full map control. He had all these bases. He didn't do enough damage with the Ling Bane aggression, I'll be honest, but he did have a lot of bases, did have an economy, but he did decide to stick on, instead of Ultras this time, was stuck on Ling Bane Hydra. And again, his infestation was late, his hive was late, and even though he eventually got the hive, he never did anything with it. He never, again, teched up into whether it's Ultras, or Greater Spire, or Lurkers, or Spellcasters of any kind. He just was committed on Ling Bane Hydra and was outscaled. GG, well played. With that, Classic does take a lead, and now we're getting into game number 6. Oh boy, we'll see if Rogue can recover. We'll see if Classic can close it out here and now. Bearing in mind, Classic is on match point. One more game is all he needs to claim the series. Let's go. Let us go. As we are loading into one of the more defensive maps in the map pool. As a reminder, that game also did begin with Ling Bane all-in, if you recall. Which didn't do enough. It killed 10 probes. That's all he got. 10 probes. Didn't get the expansion. Didn't get the army. Didn't get enough of the economy. But now here we go. We're getting into game number 6. And spawning in the top right hand corner of Tokamak, we have our South Korean Zerg player. We have our Blue Zerg representing Team Falcons down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match. He's up against the wall. It is Rogue. He's up against the wall. We'll see if he can bounce back. And spawning in the bottom hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss representing Virtus Pro. One game away from becoming this season's GSL champion. It is a Classic. Yo. Oh, saludos, papi, saludos. Ah, bienvenidos, papi, bienvenidos. Good to see you, good to see you. Thank you for casting. Oh, thank you. Thank you for watching. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Oh, as we are catching up here with a game number 6, and oh boy, we'll see how Rogue will approach this. Now, without fail, every game so far he's been rushing into +1 melee. We have not seen Roach play out of Rogue at all, except for that game on Torches, which was more of a transition point, and again he committed into an all-in there as well. What I'm getting at, we've seen hyper aggression from Rogue, and what I will say is that aggression is less favored on Tokamak. Welcome to one of the larger maps of the map pool, and also one of the more defensive, if not the most defensive map of the map pool as well. What's so defensive about it? Well, typically, a feature that we had on some of the other maps like Ley Lines and Maganatha and Pylon is that usually there's an area in between the bases to abuse. Typically, we have the 3rd, we have the 4th, and we have an area here in between them as well. Here, it's walled off. Here, it's walled off with rocks. So now there are less avenues of attack on Tokamak, so you can focus and centralize your defenses at your expansions instead of in between your expansions. So it's harder to be aggressive, it's harder to rotate between the 3rd and 4th, and harder to commit to an all-in. Likewise, the bases themselves also have more secure locations. If you recall on Pylon, for example, the 3rd base has 3 entrances. Here, only one entrance. Ooh. As we're going for a robo opener. Hello. What's going on? For the first time this series, Classic does not open Stargate. He is mixing it up. I don't know if we have to here on Tokamak, but okay. Classic, he does shake up his build, does shake up his opener. But again, the 3rd and 4th base are more secure, and also on top of that, there's a little points of elevation here to protect or to defend in the center of the map on the right hand side as well. So that's why we often do see longer and later games on Tokamak. But with this Robo opener, this could be one of two things. This could be an Archon drop. It could be Robo into Twilight Council, into Temple Archives, into an Archon drop across the map. But we would have seen the Twilight Council by now. There is no Council. Prison. Okay. Let him cook. let him cook. What is going on? Are we going for an all-in? Are we going for almost like a Soul Train here? We're going for a 4-gate 2-base all-in, but there's no immortal production behind this. It's going to be sentries and vanilla units. What is happening? Oh my god. Getting up to 5 gates. I would imagine we're going up to 6. Yeah, there it is. So a 2-base 6-gate all-in out of Classic. This feels so unnecessary. 7 gateways. He's going for that's it. Slow lots all in. It's been a while. Slow lots all in out of Classic. No gas. There's only 1 gas, guys. Oh my god, even throwing down more gateways. He's crazy. Now, for those that remember, this was in the meta back on, was it Radisson Station? No. Oh god, what was the map pool? Cosmic Sapphire. Do you remember Cosmic Sapphire? That was back in 2020/2021 Circle of StarCraft. This is a slow lots all-in. This was popularized, this was invented by Haas. He started this back in EPT rest of Asia, like Taiwan, Hong Kong. That kind of tournament is when Haas showcased it, and then the Koreans latched onto it, and then some of the Europeans as well. There was like a period, I want to say like a 3-month period in the meta where like this was seen more often here as we're going for that solo all in. And of course, infamously, we saw Chappie die to this. Chappie played against Pez at PAX Australia. This was like in 2021. And yeah, there was so much trash talk before this. There was so much trash talk before the tournament. Chappie was so confident. He was so confident about his match and about his series. And Pez, he just slow loaded the hell out of him. Let's go. Here comes a slow load all-in. Who needs charge when your opponent's coming to you? Now, we're focusing a lot here on Classic Roaches. Now, if Rogue was going into Ling Hydra again, he would be dead, but he has a Roach Warren. For the first time this series, he makes a Roach Warren early. He makes Roaches. Roaches are coming, and Roaches are exactly what he needs. Roaches are exactly what he needs to defend. The solo all-in has arrived. Does head towards only between the bases. Roaches are amassing. Ooh, the Prism is zoned away. Yeah, the Prism is zoned back. The Spores of the MVPs, they bully back the Prism. Oh my god. The Prism is bullied back. The low cells are going down. The reinforcements are delayed. And another Spore pushes forward as well. A very proactive style here from Rogue. Building up more Roaches. Focusing on the Prism. Prism goes down. Massive pickup. No more Prism. No more reinforcements. And Classic is all in. It's falling apart. It's falling apart here. He is killing a lot of Queens. Oh, as Rogue, he was late to pull away. He was late to back off. A lot of Queens are falling. So not the worst trade here from Classic. But remember, he has nothing else behind this. There's no expansion. There's no nothing. And he will lose everything. The Immortal does recall, does not make it back home. And Rogue holds. Rogue, he holds, he defends, he survives. And again, if Rogue was going into +1 melee Ling Queen again, he would be dead. He would have just fallen over here. But alas, Rogue, he did play it safe this time. He did go for the Roach Warren. And with that, he survives. And again, like, this is, I would say, well thought out by Classic. Just because Rogue has been going +1 melee every game in this series, if he had done it again, that should have been it. That should have been game. But Rogue, he happens to play safe this time. Happens to play safe. Happens to get the Roach Warren, invest into Roaches. I mean, it also helps that I'm sure he was scouting and checking there was no third, right? There was no third, which was to tell that something was wrong. He's in a Hannibal. He is. Let's go. But yes, this is a very old school build. As I say old school, from a couple of years ago. Again, from like 2021, 2022-ish. I'll say like around 2021 era StarCraft. During the EPT era. During ESL Pro Tour. As Roach is able to shut this down. And I do remember Classic doing this build back then as well. And yeah, GG gets called. Rogue, he shuts down the all-in. And Rogue ties up the series. We are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. GG, well played. We're going all the way to game 7 here. We're going all the way to the final game of the series. And again, it's been a long time since I've seen a slow lot all in like that. It's been a long time. And again, I do want to give praise to Classic because it is a really old build, but I do think that it would have worked well against Rogue in any other game. In any other game would have been amazing, but this time Rogue did play it safe. He played it safe. He got his Roach Warren. He was of course scouting, checking for the third location. He didn't know what was coming his way, but he knew something weird was going on and did play it safe. Did play it very, very safe. The spores were done really well. I loved the positioning of the spores. I loved how he was just pulling back the prism. I'm pretty sure those spores were thrown down just in case it was DTs, just because they didn't know what was happening. But to be able to use them to just zone that prism away, to delay reinforcements as well, really nice crisis management there by Rogue. Very nicely done. GG. Ooh, GG, well played. And with that, we're going all the way to the ace match. We're going all the way to game 7. We're loading into Maganatha. Let's go. Let us go. Cheesadelphia build. Is Haas the mayor of Cheesadelphia? Is that is that how that works? Maybe. But here we go. We're getting into the final game of the series. The final game of the ace match. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Maganatha, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg clawing his way back into this and bringing us all the way to game 7. For Team Falcons, it is Rogue. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Madman himself going for a crazy old-school all-in, which did fall in his face. It was shut down, and we'll see if we can bring it back for Virtus Pro. It is classic. Let's go. We've made it. We've made it here to the final game, to the ace match. Ay, ay, ay. And I'll be honest, all I'm thinking about is Chappie versus Pez. That's all. That's all that's going through my mind. Oh god. As Chappie had no idea what was going on, and he tried to defend with Lingbane. It was an attempted Lingbane defense on Cosmic Sapphire against the slow load all in. Good times, good times. Meanwhile, big shout out to Turbo Quacker in the chat. God, I mean, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Gifted subs to Only Ale for the Krail. To Wapido, to Loca, Akago, and Uppertree to Sal. Oh my god, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Turbo Quacker, for the support. We always do appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Turbo Quacker, one of the old school supporters in the chat from many years ago. We appreciate it. Thank you, Papi, thank you. Do appreciate it. As we're jumping into the ace match. Oh boy. And yeah, Classic showing off that he can have some versatile crazy play, but after it failed in the last game, I expect Stargate opener will slow things down and build up into a more standard mid game. Really, my eyes are going to be on Rogue. Rogue, what's the plan here? Now, Maganatha, welcome one and all. Maganatha is the largest map of the map pool, longest rush distance by ground. Longer and later games are seen more often on this map. As a result, it is more difficult to pull off all-ins, but there are certain styles that you can still pull off. You know, who doesn't care about the rush distance by ground? Nidus, right? Like Nidus-based all-ins, they can still be very effective on Maganatha because of how large the map is. Mutaplay. We haven't seen Aspire, we haven't seen Mutas yet, but Mutaplay can also be effective on a map like Maganatha as well. Going for a standard opener, Roach into Spire. Likewise, we could just see a standard game. We could see a standard game getting into Ling Hydra, into Lurker tech. We haven't seen a single Lurker out of Rogue this entire series, by the way, as he has been insanely aggressive this entire series. Have we seen any macro out of Rogue? Like, the closest macro game that we got out of Rogue was game 1, where we saw him max out on Ultras. But even then, like, yeah, it was macro, yes, but it was also it wasn't very, he fell behind tech-wise. He was stuck on Ultras, couldn't get out of it. But you could argue that was maybe the most standard game that we've seen out of Rogue so far, was game 1. Oh god. So do we finally macro? Do we finally drone up and embrace a longer game? What's the plan? Oh, the degen duck, guys. It's been years, Pappy. It's been years. Here we go. Double it up, moving out. Will threaten the natural. As I saw Delphus in the chat earlier, one day I'll be good. I believe, Pappy. I believe. You'll get there. Ooh. As double depth the mineral line, getting 1, getting 2 drones, getting 3 towards the end. Nothing major. The 3 workers do go down. So not a bad start here for Classic. The Oracle does move out. Does threaten the mineral lines. And it's going to be zoned away. Eva Chamber has been thrown down. Now, based on the Evo Chamber timing, this is a little bit later than we've seen in the past. So I'm leaning towards plus on melee again, just because we've seen it almost every game. Almost every game except for the last one, we have seen plus on melee into a Ling heavy style. I would imagine we're going to see that again. And we should be skipping the Roach Warren. Should be skipping. So we now have the gas. Melee's on the way. Yeah, so once again, rushing into plus on melee. Now, this does not have to go into a Ling Bane bus. I know we've seen a lot of Ling Bane all-ins this series. We have, it's true. But especially on Maganatha, I'm leaning away from that. This could just be plus on melee into Ling Hydra. Never mind. God damn it. Bailey Nest gets thrown down. Now this nest is a part of the wall. We're not hiding it, so this could just be safety, right? I'm coping right now. This could just be a safety Bailey Nest, and we could just be planning on droning, macroing, getting into a lair, and working towards Hydras. It's possible. Where's the lair, by the way? We'll see. We're getting up to 4 gases. Okay. That's a lot of gas. Getting up to 5. 5 gases on the way. This should be a safety Bailey Nest. We should be seeing a lair momentarily. But it is a late lair because of that nest. Behind this, we just see Classic taking up into Storm. Yep, there it is. The lair is on the way. Now, again, this is a late lair because of the Bailey Nest, so it is going to be a little bit more delayed. But based on all the gases being taken, this does look like Hydra tech. Or technically, I say this looks like Hydras. It could be Ling into Mutas, into Spire. That's still a viable option. It is risky to go into Mutas without going into a Roach Warren to be safe. I will say that. So it's less common to see Ling Bane into Muta in ZVP. It's more common to see Roach into Muta instead. So leaning more towards Hydras here. Leaning towards Ling Hydra. And yeah, this is just a safety Bailey Nest. Rogue, he's droning. He's droning up, he's saturating. We're waiting for the lair to complete. Did invest into a heavy Ling count, but hasn't achieved too much yet. Yeah, plus on range on the way, so it is going to be Hydras. Hydra gets thrown down. Ooh, as we set up Overlord Speed. Okay. Overlord Speed is on the way. Now, what we have seen time and time again, I want to say twice now in this series, is Rogue going for a lair all-in with just purely Ling Bane Hydra. So I have to assume that that's what we're doing here. If we drone up a little bit further, if we take another base, then we could tech up into an Infestation Pit, in towards Lurker tech, but that's just something that we haven't seen today. Like, it just hasn't happened. Yeah, Hydras are amassing, and it looks like we're setting up for, I would imagine, Dropper Lords. Oh boy. Show us those Dropper Lords. Yeah, Rocks are being knocked down. Rogue is cutting workers. I mean, the drone count is solid, but here we go. There are the Dropper Lords. As you mentioned, you don't get Overlord speed unless you plan on going for Dropper Lord play. And I believe we're going for another kind of lair-based all-in. Just pure maxing out on Ling Bane Hydra. And once again, the win condition for Classic is just defend and survive. If he can just hunker down, fortify himself, and minimize losses, then he will get ahead. He will take a lead. Now, Classic, he has some information as to what's going on. He's just walling up. Yeah, oh my god. We have a full wall of cannons and shield batteries on the third and at the fourth base as well. Very nice setup, knocking down the towers. Classic is just turtling up as hard as he can. Good read here by Classic. Here come the drops. Going for bailing drops even. So bailing drop into the main, bailing drop into the third. At the same time, the main army will be pushing right down the middle. And again, no Infestation Pit, no Lurker Den, no other tech. It's just purely a lair-based all-in. And once again, the soup does lie. Ooh, as the Drop Lord goes down. Only 5 Bailings. Sorry, only 5 pro kills. And again, Rogue is max, but it's an inefficient army here. Like, it doesn't scale amazingly into a longer game. The pressure is on. Pressure is on. Classic is walling up, throwing down more stasis traps. He's got 8 High Templar. That's a lot of Storm. we go. Rogue moving in. Waiting for Baneling speed. And he has to at least break the expansion. He has to at least break the base. We'll see if he can. And again, if he doesn't do the critical damage here and now, he will fall behind. Oh, there we go. Infestation Pit now is on the way. It's a late pit. Late Infestation Pit, but he's going for it. Here come the storms. Here comes the Link Bane. Does collapse in. With some brutal storms though. Bailey's being shot down. Boys pull away. Yeah, just in time. The boys are preserved. Oh my god, the Archons, they tank so well. The Baileys, they do nothing. They just melt against the Archons. And Classic holds. Classic, he holds. He doesn't lose a single probe. Jesus. Saves the mineral line. Shuts down the Link Bane. And this is what we spoke about. Like, sure, Rogue heals up like 50, 60 army supply. That means nothing. Like, the stupid lies back. And here we go. Here comes the Sky Toss. So Classic getting further ahead. As you mentioned, Rogue, he has to at least break the expansion. So far, he's failed to do so. He's going to keep going. I mean, there's no other choice. Like, what can we do from here? He has to try again. Rogue collapsing in. The boys are a little bit late to pull away this time. Brutal Storm of the Lings. Storm of the Banelings as well. Once again, the boys, they pull away. Only 2 probes go down, getting up to 3. He gets 3 probe kills. He gets 3 probes. Oh, God. He just rams his face against the brick wall. He does get the expansion, though. Okay. Does get the Nexus. Takes down the expansion. Took down all the SAC defense. Ooh, Zealots, they will distract. They distract Rogue. They pull him back home. Now, what's important here is that he did not cripple the economy, but he did kill the expansion, did reset the site defense here, so this position is weaker. That means that, hey, 3rd time's a charm. So Rogue is gearing up for wave 3, and the position is weaker, but the army here is terrifying. Here, like, Classic has a massive army. Remember earlier how he was defending, despite being down 50 supply? Now he's down 20 supply. Like, that's huge. Like, Classic's army is massive. Storms once again zone away. Now Classic doesn't want to fight out in the open. True. Like he should not get baited. Shouldn't get baited. Or at least Rogue, he's hoping to bait him out. He wants to lure Classic out into the open, and then he can surround. That is where Rogue can swallow up the army. You can see he's setting up for the surround. So far, Classic doesn't take the bait. He doesn't take it, throws down the wall of side defense, cannons and shield batteries. Bailey's rolling in once again. Storms, they do connect. Oh god, the storms are brutal. Storms, they shut down the Link Bane. Okay, the Link Bane just funneled into a choke point here. And the supply is evening up. Oh boy. Yeah, Classic, he does defend, he survives, he saves the expansion, now he's resaturating, and behind this, I believe we have the Fleet Beacon. Yeah, the Fleet Beacon is done. Now, if Classic, if he were to take up too quickly into Tempest, he would just die. Like, again, because Rogue has been all in this entire time, you don't want to take up too quickly. You need that ground army first, and then when you have some breathing room, then you can get like a Tempest here and there. A Mothership. Mothership's on the way. Again, if you take up too quickly, if you make too much Sky Toss at once, because it takes so long for it to produce, you can't just die. So Classic has to take it slow. He has to take it slow here. This is going to be wave 4. It's like Classic's playing like a co-op campaign mission. Survive the wave of Zerg. Oh, as he does fight in the open. The Immortal's going down. High Templar as well. Couple of nice pickups, but the army's distracted. Zealot gets in, gets 6 drone kills. So Roki can't capitalize on Classic, but the Prism goes down. Okay. Prism does fall. We have 1 carrier in production. Sorry, 2 carriers. Never mind. We cancel. Tempest on the way. I mean, again, Tempest, they do scale better instead of carrier. But they're a long ways away. Classic trying to be proactive. Oh, the side defense has to be rebuilt. Very nice storm. Nice storm on the Hydras. Rogue trying to get a better angle. As once again the storms are brutal. Stage traps are not ideal, but the choke point is insane. Again, the Banelings, they do take down, I want to say, 2 Eye Templar. But again, that's not enough. Meanwhile, Zelda wreak havoc across the map at 11 more drones going down. Rogue losing too much. He didn't have much at home to begin with. Oh. Does recall. Wait, what? Oh, okay, he recalls back home. Yeah, he recalled the Zelda back home. Does save whatever he can. And for the first time in a long time, Classic takes the supply lead. Rogue, he plummets in supply. He lost so much Ling Bane, and he lost workers as well. And everything is swinging heavily now in favor of Classic. Like, Classic, his win condition will survive and defend, and he pulled it off. He survived, he defended that. Did lose the base that one time, but that was the only time he was ever looking any weaker here back at home. He weathered the storm, and now we can see Hive, Hive, Lurker Den, Spire as well. All of this is late. This could have been thrown down long ago, but Rogue, he decided to go all in instead. Rogue has been all in this entire time. Now he's teching, but this tech, it's not going to come into play. Not before Classic pushes. Like, this is just an admission that Rogue knows he can no longer break Classic. And he's hoping that Classic's passive. True. Like, if Classic stays at home, if he's overly defensive, if he's overly passive, then Rogue can finish up this tech and switch into Lurkers and Corruptors and Infestors and Vipers. Rogue, he can get there if given time. From the side of Classic, he shouldn't give him that time, right? Like, Classic, once he has a secure army, he should recognize he can push, and if he does, there's not much to stop him. There we go, we have 8 Lurkers morphing in. These are going to be Lair Tech Lurkers. They're still lacking their upgrades, as the upgrades have just begun. And we do need as many Lurkers as possible. There we go, 17 Lurkers on the way. And is it going to be enough? Can he hold? Can he survive? I mean, that is a lot of Lurkers. And the Skytoss army isn't too great, right? It's 2 Carrier, 2 Tempest. Like, Lurkers, they can hold their own. And right now, the goal for Rogue is just survive. Just survive. As Spores, they're buying time. They're buying time, and again, there's only 2 Tempests, so it takes a long time to work through the Spores and to work through the Lurkers. Ling run at the same time, but there are High Templar in position. The Templar are ready. The soup, reason I have trust issues. Oh no. Not like this. It's always lying to you, Pappy, always. Oh. So we go, Rogue, he does rotate. Oh, nice feedback shot on the Vipers. Vipers are in the mix, but the Storms are brutal. Oh my god! Storms, they shut down the Hydras. They've thrown away the Lings. Expansion goes down. And these are losses that Rogue cannot afford. Like, he cannot afford these losses. Likewise, Nidus into the main. Cannons in position. Oh god. Cannons in position. Army recalls back home. Defends the center expansion. Nidus is denied. And Rogue is maxing out. He's getting up to Corruptor production. Like, he is morphing in a standing army. It's still not ideal, but he's building it up. Oh. Now, what's scary here is that because Rogue's drone count is so low and his base count is low, it means that if he takes a bad fight, he cannot remax. Like Rogue, he has no bank. Classic does. So Rogue, he has to be so careful with how he engages. And he has to buy time to get these bases back up and running, right? To get an economy. Because currently that economy is non-existent, or it's lacking. I'm just moving in. Vipers, oh, they get feedbacked. Yeah, brutal feedbacks. Sniping one of the Vipers. There's one Viper left with energy. Knight is here towards the right-hand side. Does Classic notice at the same time Lurkers, they do punish that center expansion. But Lurkers are going down. Oh, does feedback. Does feedback. One Tempest gets sniped. Nidus does finish. There's nothing in the Nidus. There's nothing inside. There's a defensive warp in. I mean, Lurkers, they will kill the center Nexus. True. Gets a base. These Tempests getting so much free damage in the center. Ooh, Classic does overextend. Should not push into those Lurkers. He's got to respect them. As 2 Archons go down. Classic does overextend. Has to rotate over. Again, that high Lurker count is keeping Rogue in this. But, oh, he's not quite in position. The northern base is going to go down. We spoke about it. Rogue, he's broke. Oh, God. Miscontrol. Bit of miscontrol. Rallies in. Losing 2 Immortals. Losing a High Templar. An Archon. Classic slipping up. And Rogue is taking bottom left. Going for another base. Nice on the right-hand side. This time there are Lings inside. This time there's something to threaten. There's something to threaten. We'll catch it. Oh no, the Corruptors! The Corruptors. Oh no, they stack up. No, they stack up and every Corruptor goes down. That should not have happened. Speaking about army control and miscontrol here, Rogue throwing away everything. That was how many? That was, oh god, that was 16 Corruptors going down. And now there's no anti-air. There's no anti-air. There's Spores. There's a couple of Hydras. Adoptions coming in. Hey, does catch a couple of carries at least. But oh god, that was brutal. When I saw it coming, when I saw it happening, I thought, oh, he's just gonna get like a volley or 2 off. But he stacked on the Archons. Just again, that's it. That's GG. GG gets called. Rogue, he will lose everything, and Classic will claim the series 4-3, becoming this season's GSL champion. GG. GG, well played. It was a rough final game there for Rogue. As we mentioned, he was all in to begin with. He was completely on a lair-based all-in. We've seen this before from him in this series. His goal was to break the 4th base, and he failed to do so. Rogue, he was behind ever since that failed aggression, that failed all-in, but he was holding his own. He was surviving. Again, emphasis on that because he was down in workers, down in economy, he had no bank. It was a really rough follow-up there, but he had a chance, right? There was always still a chance there to maybe catch out some of the Tempest, some of the Sky Toss, to somehow get bottom left up and running and claw his way back into this game. There's always a chance to recover, but unfortunately, a bit of miscontrol there towards the end, miss army movement. He did stack his Archons, so he stacked his Corruptors on top of the Archons, and GG. GG, well played. Lost 16 Corruptors, and with that, that was game. That was game then and there. Congratulations here to Classic, as he will claim the series and is our champion. Congratulations here, Classic popping off. Again, able to have a strong showing here against both GuMiho and Rogue. Now, when it comes to Rogue, I will be honest, I was really curious to see how Rogue would adjust after his series against herO. Like Rogue, he was hyper aggressive and very all in against herO, and I was like, I wonder if he's going to do the same thing here or do something similar against Classic. The answer is yes. The answer is yes. We the only long macro games that we got were forced out because of Classic's defensive prowess. This is an example of that, right? Here on Maganatha, where Rogue was all in, the all in failed, he fell behind and struggled from there. We had a similar story on Persephone and another similar story on Ley Lines as well. where Classic just, yeah, he did his best stats impression, right? He raised up, he took the mantle here of the Shield of Fire. Classic was very, very defensive in this series, and with that he was able to excel over Rogue. There were definitely points where he did stumble. I mean, I'm still thinking about that game on Tokamak. Winding back, remember that was the one game where Classic went for an all-in. He went for a slow loss all-in, which was crazy, and it fell on its face. So yeah, we saw Classic mix things up a little bit, true, but for the most part was the defender. For the most part, did weather the storm, and GG well played. And with that, Classic is going to be our champion. Congratulations, shout out to Rogue for making it to the finals, for showcasing his own aggressive builds in ZVP against herO and Classic, because even though Classic may have taken the series, I mean, there's a world out there in a shorter series, in a best of 5, where Rogue could have pulled it off. And again, it's really cool to see Rogue having a different approach here. I was curious when it comes to Korean Zerg players and how they would be approaching ZVP and Rogue. I feel like for a long time, Rogue, he was known for his late game in this matchup, known for his Lurker Nidus play, but we didn't see that at all. We did see Lurkers in the very final game, but again, he was forced into it instead. Rogue was just hyper aggressive, hyper all-in. Kind of reminds me of how Mar's been playing as of late. For sure. But with that, GG well played. Classic, he will be our champion, and he will secure himself here as the #1 of the season. Oh my god, just trying to catch up here. So something that I missed out on were the interviews, just because we were catching up on the group stage and here on the semis and the finals as well. And I didn't get to catch up on any of the interviews that they had. Shout out to Team Liquid, they were able to conduct some interviews with herO, with Classic, with Rogue. Save with the corruptors. Saved up. So I'm just curious. According to a league, sorry, I'm just gonna quickly go over some of the questions that were asked here to the players. This was the herO. According to a league, your PvP is the best in the world. I think I would agree with that. I haven't seen a league, but if you recall, we have been giving a lot of praise to herO's PvP just because of his dominance over MaxPax and over Classic and some of the other Protoss players out there. But that knocked you out in the winners match. So into the losers match. Did you alter your approach at all when you two played with a spot in the semifinals on the line? herO saying, I think I made some rash decisions tonight, since I was putting a lot of pressure on myself to advance in first place, so as not to eliminate my former teammate, Bunny. I appreciate that he makes this distinction, just because for those, we bring this up all the time, a lot of the ex-CJ players are still good friends even now, specifically herO, Bunny, and Shin. herO, Bunny, and Shin, like, they do hang out outside of just like the game. Like, they do like they get food together, they hang out outside of just StarCraft. So it's cool that he gives reference to that. Once he was knocked out, however, I determined to make sure one of us advanced. I think that helped me calm down. There you go. But yeah, I guess I'll be going over this later. So we're gonna be featuring, we're gonna be hosting the podcast later on tonight, and we're probably gonna go over all these interviews then. So I'll hold off on that. But yeah, big win here for Classic. Big win, Pappy, big win. And I feel like this also shows off as well just how close the skill level is currently in Korea. We brought this up during the group stage and at the start of the broadcast. But what I'm getting at here is, for example, Kyor, he got top 2. He got top 2 in season 1. Kyor, he got knocked out in the group stage. In group stage 1 of this season of GSL, right? So we had herO, who of course was our champion, who also got knocked out early on by Rogue. We had Maru, who's maybe a better example. Maru, he's the DreamHack Dallas champion. He got knocked out in the group stage as well. He got knocked out by GuMiho in the group stage. So again, players like herO, Maru, Classic, Rogue, like, there are obviously really strong players, don't get me wrong, but a lot of them, like, they trade back and forth, right? Like, there's no, right now there's still, I feel like there's still a lot of the Korean scene is still in flux. Like, right now there's a lot of players that can all take series off of each other, and it's really hard to like distinguish yourself amongst the rest here. I still do give a lot of credit. I still do think that herO is the best player in South Korea, but like, clearly, like, there's so many others in Korea as well that can take maps and take series and can threaten like all the others as well. Like, right now, like, the hierarchy in Korea it's very close, which makes for some really entertaining games and really exciting series as well, for sure. Like, almost everyone can beat everyone. essentially. So it's interesting to see. Interesting to see like the Korean scene at the moment and like how everyone compares to each other. And here's hoping to another season of GSL, of course. Again, right now we only have 2 confirmed seasons for the year. We had to wrap them up before EWC, and Esports World Cup is next month. And the future of StarCraft is a little bit uncertain in regards to post-EWC. Of course, we're going to be doing our best, and the community has rallied together to host and run tournaments like the RSL, like Sparkling Tuna Cup, Korean StarCraft League, Wardy's tournaments, Euthermal's tournaments. Like right now, there's a big crowdfunding initiative for a lot of tournaments, including Home Story Cup as well. So yeah, all we can do is our best to run these events and have something for the players to compete in. Even though the EPT circuit has concluded, there is still of course a chance that StarCraft is going to be featured at EWC on an annual basis. There's no confirmation, it's not set in stone that like, oh, you're kind of like locked in for 3 more years of EWC. Not at all. We have to kind of like hold our breath and or with bated breath, like, you know, hope that maybe every year we do have a StarCraft event at EWC. Outside of that, it's going to be on us, it's going to be on the community to run our own tournaments, right? And do what we can to keep that scene going. So much love here to those working behind the scenes for the RSL. Much love to Tasteless, to State, to Gemini, to Ziggy as well for working hard to make the RSL reality. I know that they recently got a new sponsor. They sponsored and partnered with Archon Studio, the StarCraft Miniatures team, or the team working on the StarCraft Miniatures game, and they got their prize pool like boosted by like 100%. I want to say like it like doubled, like their prize pool doubled, which is huge. And that's also part of the reason why we're not going to be casting tonight, and why we're not going to be going over the RSL. Hold on, should just catch up. Here. You can see our schedule, sorry, not tonight, but the other days. So Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday, you can see that we have nothing scheduled there because we're intentionally leaving that open for the RSL. Tonight is different. Tonight we do have a lot going on. We were asked to cover some tournaments, so we're going to be all over that for OSC King of the Hill and for the podcast as well. But again, for Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday, we wanted to make sure we were leaving it open for the RSL, the Rival StarCraft League. Likewise, of course, we're running our own tournaments. Wardy's running his tournaments, Euthermal as well. Like, we're all doing our part for StarCraft, and that's kind of what's going to be important moving forward here post EWC. Speaking of Esports World Cup, the global qualifiers this weekend, you can see it there on our schedule. So we're going to be all over those global qualifiers. Likewise, Home Story Cup is next weekend as well. So there's still a lot of offline StarCraft going on. GSL may have ended. We still have those global qualifiers, and we still have Home Story Cup. And on top of that, I believe we have Oddscraft. I think Oddscraft is on the same weekend as well. And there's also the Brazilian StarCraft 2 circuit, the Brazilian offline event. You can see there Sunday morning. It's a lot of content, a lot of StarCraft, a lot of StarCraft, a lot of StarCraft. Here we go. I launched weekly's game. I just purchased a house and a mortgage means it's just rice and beans for dinner for the next 30 years. Let's go. I mean, again, you know, we're hosting events or running tournaments, whether it's ourselves, whether it's other community figures in the scene. We're doing our part. Well, yes, congratulations on the new house. For sure. Close meta players make for the best games that series. For sure. 100%. But yes, we're going to be wrapping up. We're going to be wrapping up here for the time being. And again, congratulations to Classic for becoming our new champion here. And of course, we're going to be live at 7 p.m. KST. That's going to be 8 p.m. AEST. That's going to be 6 hours. We're going to be live in 6 hours time with the podcast. We're going to be catching up on all things StarCraft, going over, discussing some of the recent results of the week, some of the recent news as well. And we also have OSC King of the Hill right after the podcast. So back-to-back broadcasts later on tonight. Tomorrow we have Kung Fu Cup. Over the weekend we have EWC, we have Sparkling Tuna Cup, and the Brazilian StarCraft 2 circuit. So plenty of content over the weekend, as always, here on the CranKy Ducklings. As always, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much. We do appreciate it. Do appreciate the support, and we're going to be wrapping up here for the time being. When it comes to the future of GSL, that is a little bit uncertain. They do have their own Patreon. They do have their own crowdfunding. So depending on the support on Patreon, we might see another GSL in the future as well. But that's still yet to be determined. I think we're still, we're still kind of waiting for any kind of news regarding that. But regardless, GG, well played. And with that, we're going to be heading off. We're going to be heading off here for the time being, and we'll see you guys in 6 hours. I'm gonna go get some breakfast. I'm gonna go get some food, get some breakfast. I'm gonna take a break and maybe get a nap as well before the long night of StarCraft ahead of us, because there's a lot of casting still to come. As always, a lot of casting to come. If you want to support us here on the CranKy Ducklings, you can do so via all the socials. We do stream on YouTube at the same time, so we're live on YouTube, we're live on Twitch. We do upload VODs to YouTube on a daily basis, so there's plenty of VOD content to consume. If you see something that you want to watch here live, and if you cannot watch it live, then YouTube is the place to be. Otherwise, you can also support us on Patreon. !Patreon in the chat. Our Patreon is designed to fund our tournaments, specifically Sea Duckling Open, Master Swan Open, and Sparkling Tuna Cup as well. Bam! You can see our events here on my right. We do run them on a regular basis, and they are all funded via Patreon, and you can help us grow these events via Patreon as well. Currently, 100% of the money on Patreon goes towards the players. It all goes towards prize pools. I say currently because once we reach our goal, the next goal would be to pay out casters and admins. That's going to be our future goal once we reach this one. So that is the plan. Currently, though, again, it's all for the prize pool, all for the players. We do what we can. We do what we can, Papi. So thank you so much to all of our patrons. Thank you so much to all of our supporters. Thank you. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. And we'll see you guys later on tonight or tomorrow for some more StarCraft action. See you then. See you then, Papi. See you then. Until next time.